Radhe Radhe. Welcome everyone to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, belief system, orientation. Hello, MJ. May you find acceptance, comfortability in this welcoming space. You are very early indeed. And thank you, Mazi expert, for blessing us so early on with a rose. Ariom Tat Sat. I trust that everyone who are coming in now are as well as you can be, given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in your life at this time. I know that this universe is certainly not one that we can always predict nor manage according to our own needs and wants. I get that. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your half-dozen roses. Jai Sitaram. Hello, the feral aunt. Thank you, Dig Drazzle. Happy to have you here. Hello, Biggie Cheese. Hola, Lizen. Hello, Alfie. Hola, Nina Heel. I'm doing well today, MJ. Thank you for asking. I hope you all are as well as you can be, whatever circumstances are happening in your life. And thank you, MJ, for your dozen roses. Hariom Tat Sat. And thank you, Brilliant Genius. Happy to have you here. Hello, Priscilla. Thank you for your heart, Mito. Jai Sitaram. And thank you for your rose, too. And thank you, Courtney, for your rose. Hello, Chloe. Brilliant Genius, you share that you have been having a breakthrough with some not so past trauma and are going to be taking more steps to heal. I am very happy to hear that. Good evening, Jeff. Hello, Katie Pond. Now I have a question of the day for you all, since you all are very early and I like to start my lives with a question of the day. This goes for you viewers in the future, in the comments down below. How does your love help others grow? And you're welcome to challenge the premise or interpret the question in any way which is easiest for you. I'm not looking for a right answer, and there certainly isn't a wrong answer here. Yes, I do love cats, Leslie. Speaking of love, good day, Saturnus. It just does, says Spencerius. Good answer. I am Jan today. You share. They can relax. It is important to be relaxed so that we can grow. I agree. Lizen, you share. All we need is love. Moonchild, you share. Support them to be the best version of themselves. Well said. And thank you, Liz, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that is right, Strider. I did delete them. This is my only account. If you want to know more, there's a frequently asked questions page in the link tree in my bio, and I explain what led me to making that decision to take my videos down. And thank you, Jen Singh, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Matzi Expert, you share that when you feel loved, you feel like you can achieve anything. That's true. Very true. The Farallon, you share that you try to love enough to tell the truth. Well said. To Berdico, you share that through experience, when you love, people experience what is defined as good. That is true in my experience also. Alfie, you share that love is comfort, and comfort is confidence. Degrasil, you share that love encourages people that the path is a safe path, the path to love. I love that answer. You are very right in that. Saturnus, you share that there's a song that says, "Let my love open the door." Maybe love opens the doors to help others grow. And thank you, Moonchild, for your 10 roses a moment ago as well. Radhe, Radhe. And Alden, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Rama. Biggie Cheese, you share by showing them that there's another way of being that radiates and helps them feel good. That is very helpful, isn't it? Liz, you share that you accidentally give all your energy to people, so they got energy to grow. Relatable indeed. It's important for us to grow as well, so we can even help others more so. And with sincerity and patience, says Priscilla. I agree, those are very important qualities to have when loving someone, when providing them the space to grow in. MJ, you share that you try to give your friends and loved ones acceptance, which helps them feel safe to grow. I like that. I think you struck the nail on the head. Ultimately, the growing is done by them, but the love helps them feel safe to do so. And thank you, Matzi Expert, for your TikTok. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Nish, thank you for your quartet of cloud breads. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Rachel. Tatmamasi, you share that love aligns with reality and naturally helps. I like that. There is a certain naturality of love. It's Lol Goggles, who ask if I'm into Zen Buddhism. It's not something I practice per se, but I am very curious to learn more about Zen and Buddhism. And thank you, Sky Tears, for your hand hearts a moment ago too. Radhe, Radhe. Alden, you share that when our hearts open and soften, it allows energy to flow and grow, which will transmit to others. I love that. Very well said. Isabel's fairy tales, you share by allowing them to be unapologetically themselves. Such a powerful way of putting it. I agree. And thank you, Saturnus, for your paper crane. Radhe, Radhe. And Ten, how you? Thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Saturnus, you also share that Maya Angelou believed love was unique in the fact that the more you give, the more you get. If true, then love equals growth. That's a powerful connection. Thank you for that. Alpha, you share that love drastically increases potential. I concur. That's a great way of looking at it. Brilliant Genius, you share, whilst perhaps they stay stuck, and then realize they need love too. Daniel, you share, help the others see their inner strength, worth, and abilities. Indeed. And Inevitable, you share that you show them a reflection of themselves. I love that. And thank you, Priscilla, for another ice cream cone too. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We're all reflections, says Aubrey. Unconditional self-love. Them is I am. I like that. MJ, you share, by letting your daughter have freedom, helped her grow. OMG, it was hard, but good. Very good and very hard, I imagine. Brilliant Genius, you also share, by letting them feel safe to be their authentic selves. Liz, you also share, best type of love for others is not lying so they feel better about things. Truth hurts, but you'll grow. Indeed, indeed. Sometimes freeing our shackles can be painful while getting them off. But your newfound freedom certainly makes up for it. User 131, you share that Nietzsche said that sometimes the best thing we can do for our friends is leave them out in the cold. Sounds like a very Nietzsche thing to say. But indeed, if we allow our friends some challenges whilst aiding them in others, then those challenges may provide them with opportunities to become stronger, wiser, more resilient. Yvette, thank you for your rose a moment ago also. Radhe, Radhe. And Jarrett, thank you for your heart me. And trio of Team Bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. That's quite alright, Brilliant Genius. I still got the sentiment of the two parts of what you shared. And I apologize for making it seem like you were the one who wasn't making sense. The TikTok comment section can be limiting, that's for sure. Now, there are certainly many answers here today, and I'm very happy to see that. Alas, I do have to minimize the question of the day. Although I would love to explore this topic, there is certainly no end to all the ways in which love helps our loved ones grow. But the biggest theme that I was feeling from all of your answers is that love provides opportunity for growth, although it may not do the growing directly, it opens up the room for that growth to happen in, either by increasing the potential or by making them feel safe to do so. And I think these are all great things to keep in mind when we love and when we want to help others grow. And thank you, Asma, for your heart me. And thank you, Matsi Expert, for the hat and mustache. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you everyone for exploring the question of the day today. As you all know, I like to start my lives with a question of the day, and then a short reading from a book. Today we're reading Roar of the Ganges, and then after the reading we'll open the floor to questions and answers on anything you guys feel like it. This book was gifted to me, and through me to all of you, by Sky Guardian, who is a devotee of the author, Swami Tadatmananda, who has given his expressed permission, with prayers and best wishes, for me to read this to you all. We've made it through a considerable portion of this book, more than halfway now, if you can judge by the thickness. This book takes place in India from Swamiji's perspective on his way to becoming a Swami himself, a spiritual renunciant. He is at an ashram where he was studying under Swami Dayananda, his guru. His name was not yet Swami Tadatmananda, because that's the name he was given after he renounced the world and got his spiritual name. Then he was known as Mark, who was a computer science graduate, now on the banks of the Ganges River in North India, in a town called Rishikesh. This chapter is called Life's Double Feature Movie. We won't read the whole chapter, but just a few pages. I'm happy you find some safety here, Pesto. And thank you, Becca. And hello, Candy. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Life's Double Feature Movie. When I got back to the ashram, I was surprised to discover that Swami Dayananda had already returned from his visit to the Kailash ashram. He was holding satsang on his porch, with most ashram residents present, crowded around him in a semicircle, spilling out into the courtyard. He sat comfortably, curled up in a half-reclining posture, while sipping from a teacup. I sat at the back of the assembly and listened as the discussion ebbed and flowed. Not far behind us, the Ganges chanted its bubbly hymn of peace, enshrouded in a blanket of darkness. Richard, my new British friend, sat towards the front of the group, looking pensive. During a pause in the conversation, he seized the opportunity to pose a question. Swamiji, this morning you said that Atma is the consciousness by which we know all of our experiences. I liked your analogy of watching a movie screen on which all our experiences are projected. But that analogy seems like an oversimplification. We have different states of experience, like sleeping and dreaming. My consciousness right now seems completely different from my consciousness when I'm dreaming or when I'm in deep sleep. Do we have more than one consciousness? Do we have different states of consciousness? There is only one consciousness, Swami Dayananda replied, studying Richard's face. That consciousness never changes, so it cannot have different states. But you do have different states of experience. These changing states take place in your mind and become known due to unchanging consciousness. Swami Dayananda continued, and good evening, Kevin. Happy to have you here as well, Jesse. Consider this. You are aware of what is happening right now. Let us call this state of experience the waking state. When you dreamt last night, you were aware of your dreams. Let us call that the dream state. And there were intervals when you were not dreaming, when you experienced no thing, no thoughts, no emotions, no perceptions. That can be called the sleep state. All experiences occur while you are awake, dreaming, or sleeping. Everything you experience falls into one of these three states. But all three are experienced by one conscious person, and that person is you. The waker, the dreamer, and the sleeper are not three different persons. You are the awareful witness of all three states of experience. You are the conscious person by which they are known. You are that consciousness, Atma. Thank you, Mahina. I am well. And hello, Robert Alin. Let's return to the movie screen analogy. Suppose you went to a movie theater to see a show. A double feature. Imagine being comfortably seated next to a friend, eating buttered popcorn and drinking Coke. A few people giggled at this depiction. Swami Dayananda smiled and asked, "Do you think a Swami like me doesn't know about such things?" Everyone laughed loudly. As usual, no one laughed more loudly than Swami Dayananda himself. He continued, "Suppose the first movie is a romantic but tragic story. Boy falls in love with girl, girl falls in love with a different boy. You watch the movie projected on the screen and experience various joys and sorrows as the plot unfolds. In this analogy, watching the first feature is like the waking state. All day long, everything you experience, including your joys and sorrows, are projected on the screen of your mind, and you are the awareful witness by which they are known. In the theater, after the first movie ends, the second feature is shown. Suppose it is a frightening drama in which all of the main characters suffer violent deaths, one by one. The second movie is like your dream state. Your dreams are as distinct from your waking experiences as these two movies are different from each other. And just as you were the same person watching each of the two movies, in the same way, you are the same conscious person by whom all waking and dream experiences are known." Richard was engrossed by this analogy, as Swami Dayananda continued. Suppose the second feature has just come to an end. After the long list of credits has scrolled by, the screen finally goes dark. Imagine remaining in your seat, sitting in a totally dark theater, staring at a blank screen. What would you see? Nothing. Nothing at all. You can still see, of course, but there is nothing to be seen. This describes your experience of dreamless sleep. In the sleep state, consciousness remains, but nothing else is present. Nothing is available to be experienced. No thoughts, no perceptions, no feelings. When your consciousness illumines a silent mind, it reveals nothing just as your sight reveals nothing while staring at the blank screen in the dark theater. So in deep sleep, you are conscious of the absence of activity in your mind. If you sat in the theater long enough, the next show would eventually begin. The movie screen would again come to life as the first theater is projected upon it. This describes your experience of waking up in the morning. After intervals of dreamless sleep, your mind emerges from its silent condition and becomes active once again as you re-enter the waking state. If you were to remain in that theater day after day, you would witness a repeating cycle. First feature, second feature, intermission. First feature, second feature, intermission, and so on. In the same way, your states of experience alternate repeatedly. Waking, dream, sleep, followed by waking, dream, sleep. You witness this continual succession. You are the awareful witness of this cycle of 3 states that repeats day after day. Swami Dayananda paused and looked at Richard, who then exclaimed, "This is an amazing analogy, but suppose I have more than one dream at night." "You probably have many dreams each night," Swami Dayananda replied, "and in between them you might fall into dreamless sleep, or you might even wake up. These 3 states can alternate in any order. The point here is simply that you are the awareful witness of all 3. And as an awareful witness, as the consciousness by which all 3 states are known, you are fundamentally independent of them." "I don't understand that," said Richard. "Right now, as I talk to you, I don't feel like an awareful witness of a discussion between 2 people. I am a talking person, not a passive observer." "Ah," said Swami Dayananda, delighting in Richard's observation. "Now you are ready for the next step. There is another issue we have not yet considered. The problem of identification. And let us continue with that problem of identification as we dive into deeper layers of this analogy at another point in time. For now, we'll end our reading there. But I thank you, my dear viewers, for listening with me. I hope that you enjoyed the reading. We may open the floor back up now for our regular format. That is questions and answers on all things practical, spiritual, metaphysical, that sort of thing. And thank you, Saturnus, for your 2 paper cranes you sent whilst I read, and that sacred number of 108 roses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Matsi Expert, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Happy you enjoyed the reading, Berry Water. And Kimmy, hello Cornbread, happy to have you here. And Duk Nguyen, happy to have you here as well. Nix, you are wondering, who is Yam and what do I do? Well, Yam is I. And I am the host of this live. I would like for it to be a space in which we can uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments, simply put. And through the power of positive association, may we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to discover the beautiful truths lay dormant in our heart to put it a little more vaguely. And hello, Don Suela. Todd, you ask, how do we know that we will not be worm food when we die? And what do I say to people that say we are just worm food when we die? I would remember the distinction between the body, the mind, and the consciousness. Indeed, the body does become worm food. And if we are the body, or rather, if we are only the body, then we just become worm food. And these atoms rearrange themselves to be molecules existing inside a worm. And then we get pooped out and consumed by other organisms, fungi, bacteria. Maybe the nutrients that were in that process get sucked up by tree roots and become blossoms on a tree. And those blossoms get eaten by some wildlife. Even in the Rig Veda, the oldest part of the Vedas, which are the oldest scriptures of humanity, it describes a similar process. Although instead of becoming worm food through the process of cremation, it's said that our ashes in the form of smoke scatter among the clouds, and then from those clouds are nucleating points for raindrops to form, and the rain gets then planted in the field where our crops grow. The crops grow from those nutrients, we eat it, and then that food becomes part of our being, including a human ovum or a sperm, various gametes, and then the cycle of reincarnation continues. But that's a very body-centric view. Consciousness, on the other hand, cannot be explained merely in terms of physical, chemical reactions. It is the hard problem of consciousness. Indeed, everything about our brain and our mind's function is seemingly explained by neurochemical transmitters firing across synapses and electrical impulses down our axons. But how exactly do mere chemical electromagnetic interactions give rise to a witnessing? Why aren't we just philosophical zombies? That is to say, couldn't we happen to just be talking about consciousness as if we had it, but didn't really? Why do these chemical reactions need to go on, but also give rise to an independent experiencer who is the conscious witness of this? And that is where the concept of the soul comes in. That consciousness, that Atma, the Sanskrit term, must be something which is distinct, from the body itself. And that cannot become worm food. Consciousness isn't very nutritious because it's not comprised of anything substantial. It is the very spaciousness of our experience, the nothingness from which the somethingness occurs. Knowing this to be the case, the body may become worm food, and the soul may become the soul in a worm. But regardless of what part of ourself we are referring to, all of it continues in some form or another. And thank you, Keys, for your rose and balloons a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Ricky. I am doing very well today. Thank you. It was raining, and then suddenly the sky opened up, and it was very sunny. And so I took the time to mow the lawn, which is something very therapeutic for me. I enjoy the pattern that it makes on the grass and the vibration of the little engine. Thank you, Ricky, for your heart me as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bryce, you share that you're in a family business that's toxic to your mental health. How do you shield yourself from the stress? There's a couple things you could do. How to shield yourself? You can set the boundaries that you need with your family. And if they don't respect it, then get out of there. Because you deserve to be surrounded by people that respect those boundaries. Nonetheless, oftentimes, the problem of boundaries being overstepped is actually something that we have control over, which is to reinforce them. People often don't know where our boundaries are and just assume that they're closer to you than they realize. And so they walk in your space without realizing that it's your space. And because they're family, we don't tell them otherwise, we just deal with it and then have to heal or recharge in some way. However, it can be a very healthy thing to do. Reinforce those boundaries. To tell someone, hey, you're giving me a task that's not in my responsibility. If I could do this, I would. But I have other things that I need to deal with right now that are more important. If we become better communicators in this way, then you may find that the toxicity in the environment drastically decreases, simply in our ability to reinforce those boundaries. If, however, that is not something in our power, then it's best to take some time away. It's not your responsibility to let others trample over you. You also have to be a good role model to others and take a step away from your duties if they are causing undue harm to you. Naturally, work is going to be challenging, and there is no such thing as work without challenges. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called work. Spiritually, however, there is something more we can do. The leading cause of stress, from a spiritual perspective, can be solved through the process of karma yoga. Karma means action. Yoga means union. Karma yoga means union through action. Practically, this means that we do our work without relying on the outcome for our sustenance. This means that we become energized just by the opportunity itself. Whether it leads to an unfavorable outcome or a favorable outcome, that is not something we have total control over. Like a student who studies for their test. The teacher may not make a very good test that reflects what they had to study. Even though you studied your best, there could be a question that you were still unprepared for, and you couldn't have been prepared for it. Or maybe the teacher had a rough night, and she was a little less lenient about how she grades. It is possible for you to fail a test even if you do your best to study for it. Fortunately, this is rare, but eventually it will happen. There is no doubt about that. If we put our sense of self in the outcome of our actions, then at some point we're going to be disappointed because we expect this return and we only get this. So it's important to reflect on your own best effort being the true cause of your self-worth, not what results from your effort, which could be both good or bad. It is good effort itself that defines you, that takes you places, that is the primeval motivator for change in your life. As long as you are doing what's within your capacity, then there's no reason to fuss and stress over what's outside your capacity. Bringing your attention to this again and again can help associate with what is occurring in the present moment, rather than deadlines and due dates in the future. So those are my 3 pieces of advice. To reinforce boundaries, step away if they aren't respected, and keep associating with the action being the source of your sense of self and not what arises out of the action. Favorable or unfavorable results the same. And thank you, Alan, for your subscription a moment ago. I am always happy to have you here, my friend. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Cher, for your 17 roses. Jai Sitaram. Ellie, you ask, is the fear of death the root of all fear? And if so, how do we get over it? I would say that, indeed, the fear of death is really the same fear that we all experience, just in various different ways. Sometimes very literally, through being poisoned or freezing to death or being burned alive or buried alive. Sometimes it's a little more metaphorical. Sometimes that death can take place figuratively, where a part of us dies, and we fear that. For example, the version of ourself that is esteemed in other people's minds. If we do something that basically kills the version of ourself in other people's minds, oh, that's like a death ourself, isn't it? However, what we fear in this, even more generally than just death, is being restricted in some way, having our potential to live decrease. We are all bound by our duty to increase our potential, surround ourselves with more opportunities for growth. From one perspective, death is a limiter. However, it can be a great motivator. And everyone's heard that before. Yeah, sure, I get it. If I'm going to die, then I might as well live. I heard this my whole life too, and it didn't make much sense. But the point is that instead of fearing death to come, fear its effects on your life now. If you really want to live so much, then live as fully as you can now. Live a meaningful life, so purposeful that death becomes secondary. Make your life more important than your death. We could put it like that. Make death insignificant relative to the significance of the life you have right now. Mats the expert, you ask, what about the fear of not being good enough? Good enough to whom? There is no objective measure of good enough. It's not like the universe has a ledger. Who is good, who is bad. Good enough. It's that pesky word enough. It only means something relative to people's expectations. So whose expectations are you holding to be more than your own? And what expectations of theirs have you held yourself accountable to? You have placed your self-worth according to someone else's expectations. And thank you, Karne, for your pair of roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Babisyo, for your heart me, team bracelet, and a cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. 31 planes. You share that lately during meditation, fear creeps in, especially when your thoughts are most quiet. Why? That means you are meditating correctly. Naturally, we have so many parts of ourselves that are repressed. It requires conscious effort to be filling our mind with things so that the deeper aspects of ourself gets repressed. When we begin clearing the mind of its clutter, then the things that we have been holding down naturally arise. Like fears, like desires. There's a famous story of the Buddha under the Bodhi tree who was in the process of being enlightened, meditating, and then the demon Mara came with so many fears and temptations. This happens in meditation for us too. Means you are becoming a good meditator if these things are coming up. 31 planes, you share that it's like you're disappearing. Scary. Yes, that is the ego's fear. It's important not to shrink your ego in meditation, but expand it. It's not about becoming nobody, it's about becoming everybody. It's not about achieving nothingness, but everythingness. Instead of rejecting all thoughts, accept all thoughts. Instead of denying all feelings, rely on all feelings. And thank you, Ron, for your heart me and 6 finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to relate my experience to your question, Bryce. Katie Pond, you were wondering if I'd ever do a live meditation. At the end of these live streams I've been doing, chanting meditations. We will do so at the end of this one also. However, I'm sure all of you will come and go by then, and we'll have a new crowd. But if you stick around or come back later, we will be doing one to end the Sangha. And thank you, Bryce, for your beautiful owl and 16 rosas. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, Shakira. And Liz, you're wondering, when am I bringing my cats on? when they're in my room. Most of the time they are not in my room. Rana Abu Ahmed, you share that you have a calculus exam tomorrow. Yes, that is very much something which is often challenging. Do you know the Feynman technique? A very good technique. You can solve many calculus problems with the Feynman technique, or at least integrating. It's called differentiating under the integral. It's a very clever way of introducing an independent variable, then differentiating under the integral sign, and then plugging in the original value for that independent variable. I won't be able to explain it live, but I would look into it before your exam tomorrow. And thank you, Bryce, for your subscription also a few moments ago. Aryam Tat Sat. I do hope you make use of the little sticker pack that comes with a live subscription. I've tried to put a lot of spiritual symbols. Liz, you share that we need them to co-host our kitty cats. Sometimes when I'm out, I wish I could text my cats. Or if I'm scrolling Instagram, I wish I could send them reels. It's like, I wish I could just message my cats. And thank you, Justice Angel, for your rose. Ariom Tatsa. And hello, Gaia Mother Earth Protector. Very grateful to have you here. Andrea, you share that you must be meditating even when you're not meditating then. Indeed. There is a stereotypical form of meditation where someone is cross-legged, hands in their lap, chanting Om, Om, Om. Actually, everything is a meditation. We often don't realize. The Dalai Lama said, sleep is the best meditation. So while you are sleeping, you are meditating. When you are playing your favorite video game, and you put in your favorite tunes, and you're grinding those levels down, you are meditating. When you are driving your car, and you are feeling the curvature of the road, the smoothness of accelerating, you are meditating. When you are doing a repetitive task, chopping wood, carrying water, washing dishes, you are meditating. Meditating isn't this and not that. It's a spectrum of being. And the more you can be with everything you're doing, then the deeper your meditation is. Sarah Lynn, you share that a tiny dino sticker would be so cute. We can do that, yes, I think. That'd be lovely. And thank you, Auntie Vibes, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Keys, for your friendship necklace. Jai Sitaram. Matsi expert, you ask, to meditate, do we need to activate the pineal gland first? Yes, to meditate we have to do a sacred mantra and contort our body in such a way and bring the prana up the spine Once it reaches the pineal gland and you turn your senses inward and do the secret handshake with your soul, and then you are meditating. Esoteric practices can be fun, but they are ultimately unnecessary for the purpose of meditation. What you do with your body is completely secondary to what you do with your mind. Meditation is something subtler than a physical practice. As such, you could be in any situation, and your body could be in any form. Meditation is still possible. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your 10 roses and tiny. Yahoo! Or meditation is what you don't do with your mind. I like that also, Tattvamasi. Well said. And Saturnus, thank you for an auspicious number of tiny dinies. 108 of them. Oh, imagine all of them saying yum 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 as they munch on foliage. Although I'm not sure if dinosaurs are vegetarians. I don't think a T-Rex is one to munch on leaves and other leafy greens. Nonetheless, thank you. And thank you, Masa, for your pair of roses. Hariom Tat Sat. Katie Pond, you share that a lot of dinosaurs were veggies. Good to hear. Space Das, you're wondering, when will we get fun, informative TikTok videos from me again? You are watching it. But you like something that can fit within a few minutes with fast-paced editing. I am unsure when I will return, if I will at all, to making such content. But I believe that the future of this platform is something with a lot of potential to explore. And I will be awaiting my journey to India to figure out a higher trajectory. Saturnus, you share that you believe our mascot is an herbivore. I do too, at heart, yes. And thank you, 31 Planes, for your heart me a few minutes ago. Hariom Tat Sat. Starfire, you're wondering, do I consider myself as a healer? The only healer is God. If healing happens, that potential was already inside you. For me to take any responsibility for the healing that happens within you would be to discredit the divinity that pervades you. In this way, there are no healers, but there is a healing. One can be a vehicle for that healing, or, even more accurately, one can become witness to that healing. And sometimes that is all healing needs. Like, for instance, when we share our problems with others, how we're feeling, we don't need the other person to come up with solutions to our feelings or try to remove them or replace them. Simply by them being witness to our feelings, simply by feeling understood, healing happens. That possibility was already there. In fact, the one who is healing is offering the opportunity to witness that healing happen. So to call the other person the agent of healing would be to put the cart before the horse. When the healing takes place within, we merely offer the opportunity for others to witness it. And by their mere witnessing of the potential within us, it unfolds as divinity itself. And Shakira, thank you for your heart me. And Tiny Diny. Esther, you shared that you can't sleep. Hoped I was still alive, and I am. Indeed. Welcome. I hope to provide a space in which you feel more relaxed in. Let all your worries drift away. Thank you, Sarah Lynn, for another Tiny Diny also. Yahoo! Thank you, Masa, for your pair of roses. And thank you, John F., for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. Ellie, you ask, what do I think happens when we die? You know that none of us know anything, but any thoughts? I am sure that whatever happens is so beautiful that even those who have the ability to return cannot share its beauty. An experience so wonderful, we go through it again and again without telling anyone. Just as we have arisen from that formless void to shape the experiences in this world today, these impressions subside and we return to that formlessness from which we first arose. Good morning, Steve. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Chloe, for your trio of roses too. Jai Sitaram. I have to do a puzzle to confirm my identity. Thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Derek, thank you for your pair of TikToks. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Liz, thank you for your dancing beaver and sunglasses. So specific. Who comes up with these gifts? And how do you all decide? Jai Sitaram. And Alexandra, thank you for your pair of roses and a finger heart. Kaylee, you ask if I have a reoccurring struggle in my own life that I'd like to share? Sure. I appreciate the opportunity to share. Oftentimes, I fall into cycles of sharing my advice with people when they ask for it, and then continue sharing that advice even when they're not asking for it. And then I get attached to their potential rather than what steps they're actually taking. And so sometimes with the people in my life, I get upset that they could be growing, even though I am the one ignorant of the fact that they are growing. I am just too impatient to realize. Liz, you share. And you sent the dancing beaver and sunglasses because I'm Canadian. Yes, indeed. Although I've never actually seen a beaver, come to think of it. I really felt Canadian yesterday when I was driving in a friend's car. And a road was closed, and there was a big sign that said road closed. Sorry. And I just love how sorry was also on the sign. Road closed. Sorry. Thank you, John F., for your half-dozen finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Steve, you are wondering if I squabble a lot. Me and my family, we are always squabbling. How can you be family without a little squabbling? It is a necessary part of family. Max Sparks, you ask, how do you get in tune with your true purpose? By feeling that purposefulness within everything you do. One of my least favorite questions to ask a child, for example, is what do you want to be when you're older? What do you want to do? Kids have a real hard time answering that. Because they're already who they want to be. They're doing already what they want to do. But the question assumes that they're not. And when we repeatedly get asked this question, we start to unconsciously agree with that assumption. Oh, maybe there is something I want to be when I'm older, do when I'm older. Maybe there is something that's incomplete in my life now. So we keep throwing our purpose into the future. But before we were ever asked this question, did we lack purpose? Did we feel like there was no meaning? Actually, life was very purposeful, very meaningful. Life was colorful, vivid, going for a walk, eating dinner, going to bed, brushing your teeth, learning how to use the bathroom. Everything was purposeful. So purposeful activities don't come in some form for you and another. It's a quality that every activity can have. The context is, you are here for what is a blink of the eye relative to the cosmic on this rock, hurling through the darkness of the void. We have evolved for billions of years to have an intellect that is able to overpower one's mind. From this miracle of sorts, we have the power to do anything. With that possibility, why don't we give purpose to everything while we're here? And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your subscription too. Radhe, Radhe. And Chris Cairo, you share, ooh, but I did really want to go to space. Me too. And thank you, Opianji, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. And you related with what I shared earlier, Saturnus. That's interesting. How to motivate without creating angst or unease. Yes. How to motivate without being attached to the growth that you see in them, without having expectations. One method, which I realized in previous romantic relationships, was that I enjoyed feeling needed. And whenever my partner was having a tough time, of course, I was upset for them. But I was also happy that they were confiding in me. When they would apologize for being a burden, actually it was a blessing. I am sure in the same way that the Buddha who decided to not leave samsara until all other beings left first would probably get sad a little bit upon the last being leaving samsara, and then it was his turn also. So you have to enjoy the process. Yes, it would be sad if the advice you gave was never utilized. If that potential in them never unfolds. But wouldn't it also be so much sadder if everyone took the advice that you gave and there was no more need for you to be of help? In some sense, we depend on the world having problems for our own service. We depend on something needing to be done for purpose, because that is our role as servants of the universe. With this funny idea in mind, we can be patient with the growth Because deep down, we secretly love how long it takes. And we don't want that ability to help to come to an end. And thank you, Gay Little Star, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Cassidy, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. You ask, am I reading from a book? We did read from a book earlier, Roar the Ganges, and if you stick around to the end, we'll be reading from another section of that book. And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. I like that, Saturnus. Can you tell, as a husband, sometimes we must resist the urge to help and just shut up and listen. And that is the best method of helping in such a situation. Diana, you ask, do you think the ego can be totally released or just made friends with? Well, speaking from the ego, when we speak about totally releasing it or making friends with it, that is the ego also speaking. You ask, how can we then speak without the ego interfering? No. The ego is the one speaking, always, forever. It's only a bad thing when we make it into a bad thing, when it makes itself to be a bad thing. Ultimately, it has to have a friendship with itself. We need to have a friendship with ourselves, as the ego. To release it means to spawn out of existence, push, in a puff of smoke. With no ego, you wouldn't be here. Ego defines where you give your energy to. Without ego, there'd be nothing to do. A mother's ego is one directing her energy towards her children. You know your ego is motherly when your energy goes towards your children without even thinking. Naturally. When there is an emptiness of mind, the thought arises, do my children need anything? Is there anything about them that I need to take care of right now? Do I need to do their laundry? Have they eaten today? I haven't seen them today. Did they leave their room? Ego is your compass, pointing you towards where your sense of service is to be rendered. To have no ego would be selfish, because then how could you give service to anything? There'd be no direction in your life. No one to help, no one to love. It is from the ego that this whole human system is controlled. Without it, it would power off like a robot. And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And K Little Star, thank you for your 15 finger hearts. Jai Sitaram. And Cassidy, thank you for your 31 roses also. Kayla, you ask, are we all the same at our core, since we all came from the same place? Tadastu. Precisely. We all have arisen, though in different times, in different places. As consciousness, we are one. But in our personalities, bodies, and minds, we are very diverse. But the source of all of our experiences is the same source. How else would we be here together? Hello, Gentry Honey. Online Amy, you say, so ego is useful. Ego is not only useful, it is the utility alone through which we experience this life. Without it, there would be no life. However, we do use this word in many different ways, and it can be tricky to pull apart one way from another. In everyday speech, we say someone has a big ego when they're only serving themselves. Or we say that someone has no ego when they're being humble. And then psychologists come around and then they give many other definitions for the ego. Freud comes along and separates id from ego, from superego, and it all gets very messy and complicated. From a spiritual perspective, ego is very simple. It just refers to your sense of self, which is accumulated through your associations. It is where your awareness goes in any situation. When watching a movie, does your awareness go to criticize the CGI? Or does it go to feel how the actors would feel? Or does it go towards the emotions? Does it go towards the music? There are many parts of this experience, and where our awareness directs itself to, that is where our egoic boundaries lay. And thank you, O one whose name you will have to teach me how to pronounce, for sending me a heart me. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Esther, for your rose too. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Good night. May your rest be deep and profound. Hey, tonight you share that you recently realized that you need to embrace the bad thoughts instead of trying to ignore them. What a wonderful realization. Thank you for sharing. It is so true. Attempting to ignore any thought only leads in more of that thought, since the mind only works in positives through acceptance, understanding, softness. And thank you, Alan, for your 7 fires. Hariom Tatsat. Cassidy, you shared that your patience fuel your ego. You never had kids nor been married, but your patience reminds you of your passion. Just as one does not need a functioning uterus to be a mother, motherly qualities are within all of us at all times. We can care for, nurture, and give our love to many forms of life. Julia, you share that you have a friend that struggles with hating themselves and their thoughts. How can you help? Everything we do is out of love for ourselves, whether we recognize it or not. You could say, I don't love myself. You could even say, I hate myself. But if you keep asking why, eventually it'll result in love. Why do you hate yourself? Because I make all these mistakes. Why are you mad at yourself for making these mistakes? Because I should be doing better. Why do you want better for yourself? Because I love myself. We put so much pressure on ourselves to be someone different. Only because we love ourselves so much, we want the best. However, we don't realize that holding ourselves accountable for all of our mistakes with this kind of pressure only limits ourselves from becoming that best version of ourselves that we are so attached to. Therefore, to truly give purpose to that love means to accept where we're at. And acceptance doesn't mean that we'll stay like that forever. It's a little bit of a paradox that takes some getting used to. How can I love myself when I want to change? Because loving yourself is the very fuel that will help you change. But won't I just be validating all the mistakes I'm making? You'd be validating the fact that it's okay to make mistakes on your journey to become better. But if I am becoming better, then shouldn't I wait to love myself then? Well, then will you ever get the chance to get to love yourself? By loving yourself now, that will serve as the foundation for betterment. How can you become better without loving yourself? In this way, the natural conclusion we must make is that everything we do is out of self-love. We only limit the ways we love ourselves because we believe that doing so will increase our potential. However, we have to come to understand that unconditional love for ourselves means accepting the process, having patience for your own journey, and that will truly bring out your highest potential. And thank you, Priscilla, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Imre, you share that your 7-year-old is always asking you, why are we here? And why we live? How would you answer? I would ask your child. They hold all the deepest answers inside them. The only way we can come to know these things is by asking our childhood self. I would ask them, why do you think we are here? And encourage them to explore the question themselves, rather than depend on someone else for their answers. Let their own wonder guide them. Since we are part of the universe, the answers must be a part of us too. How can we be separate from the truth we seek? When? It is from that truth that our life has arisen. And thank you, cool, for your 38 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Alan, for your confetti. Jai Sitaram. Bradley, you're wondering if I can speak on numerology. I myself know very little about numerology. I know that truth is one, and that it can be expressed in infinitely many ways, and none in particular. So to me, the only meaningful numbers are 0, 1, and infinity. Everything else is arbitrary. And thank you, Scott, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Alex. And thank you. Chloe, you share that going to work less grumpy is what you want to work on. Work is going to be challenging. Sometimes that grumpiness is just an expectation for a challenge already there. We know that it's going to take a lot out of us before it even comes our way. Studies have shown that if employers really want to maximize the output of their employees, then it's profitable to invest in their happiness. It is a happy worker that makes the best decisions. So too, becoming happy yourself just makes you perform that much better at your job. The grumpiness only takes away our potential. Thank you, Scott, for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Miranda, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 roses and a finger heart. Radhe Radhe. And Mistra, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! Gentry, you ask, how do we know when we have found our true love? It is not the person that makes love true. It is ourselves that make the love true. When there is one soul in existence through which all of us are alive, then there is no soul in particular for you to love, but the soul itself that exists within everyone. Therefore, there is truth to the idea of having a soulmate, but the soul itself is what you love. Some people have a soul that's very difficult to see. Some people have a soul that's just so obvious. Some people are better at seeing that soul in others. Souls can be seen from some perspective and not from others. It is when that window into the void of our consciousness is witnessed, then the love becomes true. But the trueness of love is a quality inside us, and not in any person. Love everyone as though they were your soul beloved, and then all love becomes true. Thank you, Bradley, for your 9 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Renbox, you share that you hope to have a merry old soul, and you do. The definition of the soul in ancient Sanskrit is that which is Sat Chit Anandam. Infinite, ever fresh, and unending. Hello, Mullet Giraffe. You ask, what to do when you feel like you're oversharing the few times you share something. You feel bad about it. Perhaps you are in the position of having room for better company. Oversharing is a relative term. Relative to others, some may have more room to hear what you have to say, and others may have less room. If others tell you you're oversharing, what they really mean is, I'm under listening right now. I'm under receiving. Does this person have room to hold what I'm offering right now? If not, then that says something more about them than it does about you. So let your heart be sung. Speak what's on your mind. And find those friends that can hold as much space for you as you deserve. Thank you, Renvox, for your disco love too. Ariom Tatsat. And thank you, Liz, for your corgi. And Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Just a JP. May your work today be purposeful. May you find that love in the service that you do. Ghost Monkey, you are wondering if I ever have anxiety about my performance. All the time. However, I let that anxiety blossom into excitement rather than fear. I have learned in my short few trips around this sun that emotions change when you let them. They stay how they are when we resist them. Like, for instance, if someone is angry and we tell them, quit being so angry, does that anger continue or does it change? It only continues. This can also work to our benefit or our detriment in the opposite way. When we're feeling so good, and then you have the thought, I wish this feeling could last forever, and then it goes away. When we accept a feeling, that's when it changes. And when we resist a feeling, that's when it persists. If you let anxiety arise, which is a funny sentence, letting anxiety arise, then it blossoms into a beautiful kind of excitement. Like a rose, which starts its journey as a prickly, thorny bush. And if you're not patient to see it blossom, you might want to get that bush out of there, hacking it down, putting up a fight with all the thorns. But if you are patient, that rose bush blossoms into something so beautiful and worth the wait. Hello, Billy. Very happy to have you here. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to say hi to you. Ariom Tatsat. And hello, Claybeard. Thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart, me. And hello to you too. Radhe Radhe. Namaste, Alward. Mullet Giraffe, you share that you love helping others, but become upset when they are so demanding that they won't allow me to grow. We have to be careful with the help we give. Sometimes the help we give can turn into the norm. And hello, all vibes. Like, for instance, a first-time client of a hotel checks in. She asks if it's possible to change her room. She doesn't like the view. And because the hotel is wanting her to stay here, they very politely give her a very nice suite. And because her concerns were something important to them, they also gave her a bottle of champagne. Now, the next time she came, that woman asked for the same thing. I would like a nicer suite and a bottle of champagne, please. They felt uneasy about it, but they gave it to her anyway. The third time she came, again, I would like a nicer suite and a bottle of champagne. They said, I am sorry, but we've done that 2 times for you now. I don't think we can do that again. How dare you? The woman erupts. You've done this for me before. How could you change like that to me? What terrible service. I'm never coming back here again. What happened? She had assumed that the privileges she was receiving was the standard. And suddenly, when the privilege went away, she felt like she was getting punished. Even though they were treating her nothing but kindness to her. But it's not all her fault that she saw it like this, because the receptionist, the hotel, could have made it clear that this was a one-time thing, that I will happily give you a nicer room, but that is because this is the first time you are here, and I'd like for you to return. Next time I might not do this for you. Then there's no expectation. Sometimes we forget that. When we are giving help to people, we also assume that the standard is set so that you also don't have to remind them. But it's important on our part too. We have to take responsibility for letting them know that we might not be able to help you like this in the future. Our capacity to help is also limited. That honesty can save us from the burden of having our demands put upon us next time. Thank you, Roxy, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And E.T., thank you for the TikTok. Jai Sita Ram. Bradley, you are wondering what makes me angry. I think I would have a difficult time gaining my composure again if I was to witness something vulnerable being taken advantage of, like a small child or a kitten or even a plant that just wants to grow. Anger doesn't always have to be a bad thing. It can be a powerful force to scare people away from hurting something vulnerable. Like a mother protecting her children
from a bear. Imagine her children were playing in the backyard and they didn't see a bear approaching. You bet that it's in the mother's right to go out there screaming, yelling at the bear, throwing things. When it's her duty to. And thank you, yesterday's child, for your 9 cloud breads. Hari Om Tat Sat. User 948, you are wondering what my views are on spirituality. Spirituality is life itself. The more spiritual you become, the more engaged with life you are. And the reverse is also true. All it means to be spiritual is to live so meaningfully in this moment that everything becomes full of wonder. That spirit of life becomes perceptive in everything we do. Mullet Giraffe, you're wondering, am I in this state of mind all the time, or do I channel? Of course, we are doing nothing but channeling with everything we do. When a soccer player is playing in the tournament, they are channeling everything that their coach has taught them. When a student is performing an examination, they are channeling everything that their teacher taught them. When a child is riding their bike, they are channeling everything their mother or older brother taught them. In fact, everything we do is through the use of recalling our experiences and utilizing them in the form of knowledge. And thank you, Keys, for your finger heart. Hari Om Tat Sat. But of course, this environment, a Sangha, demands a certain kind of perspective to keep in mind. When I'm ordering a sandwich from Subway, or when I'm having a shower, naturally different thoughts are going to arise in my mind that suit the situation. But regardless of what I'm doing, I try to do it with purpose and happiness. Thank you, K Little Star, for your cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gina, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Jessica, you are wondering, are mental diagnoses trauma responses? If so, should they be treated naturally? That is a challenging question. I don't have a degree or any authority to speak on psychological matters, so I can only speak from my own experience of having a mind myself. And there is absolutely a deep connection between the state of our mind today and the trauma that we have experienced in the past. This word natural is also a challenging word to separate from its various uses, because we are natural. Everything we do is part of nature. It's just so unique that we sometimes distinguish it from nature. Humans absolutely are unique in many ways from other parts of nature, but we are no less an expression of Mother Nature, and that includes everything that we do. All of the technology that we have created, modern science, the knowledge that comes with that was gifted to us by our Mother. Without nature, we would not be able to have modern medicine, nature isn't against science. It is the very place from which science originates. Now there is much room for other means of calming our mind. Not all of them have to take their performance through psychiatry or other forms of psychology, therapy, counseling included. The mind is so expansive. It does have a relationship with the brain and body, but there's also parts of it that are transcendental to it. For example, one method to treat severe seizures is to separate the brain in its two halves. Scientists discovered that when a seizure occurs, it happens in one part of the brain. When it is localized, it is a minor seizure. But when it travels through to the other side of the brain, the side that it didn't originate on, then it becomes a major seizure, which is much more dangerous. So for one who is particularly desperate for relief, you may undergo a process which separates the two parts of the brain. You might expect that if the mind and brain were one, then this person would have two minds simultaneously operating. However, marvelously, the people that undergo this procedure are largely unchanged in their personality. Yes, various functions of their brain now differ, but you might not even know that you're talking to someone who has undergone this procedure. Their mind is still very much unified. Their personality, their habits, their beliefs, their talents, all these things remain unchanged. Therefore, we must conclude that the mind must be, in part, beyond the body, beyond the brain. So, there is an aspect of it at least that has to be attended to, not through physical means. We cannot make diagnoses simply based on the physical circumstances of their life, nor from the neurology of their brain. There is something more, and that is where spirituality comes in. That posits not only is there a mind, which is like the software for the brain being the hardware, there is also a user which is controlling this whole thing, which is separate from both. That awareful witness, the consciousness, cannot be described in terms of the mind or the body. Just as we experience our mind changing and our body going from a baby to a young child, adolescent, adulthood into old age, there is an experiencer which is transcendental to all that change. Bringing awareness inward to understand yourself as beyond the mind, recognizing your true self to not be defined as any thought or mental pattern, knowing yourself to be the consciousness in which this experience takes place. That methodology, that spirituality can calm the mind of so much of its worries and ailments, simply through knowledge alone of your true self as the Spirit. That was a long-winded answer. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your rose and finger heart a few moments ago. Arium Tat Sat. And thank you, MJ, for your hand hearts. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Irish in Bergen, thank you for your finger heart too. And John Simon, thank you for that rose a moment ago. Radhe Radhe. Bradley, you had asked, can our perception and thoughts change reality? Not just ours, but others. We can serve as role models for others by changing our perspective. Although we do not get to change reality on the outside, our inner dimension is something entirely in our capacity to facilitate. That is to say, the events of our life is largely out of our control. We don't get to choose, at least not in the traditional sense of having a selection and going, that one. Our parents, we don't get to choose our parents. We don't get to choose if they treat us well. We don't get to choose what country we're born in, what religion, if any, we're brought up in. We don't get to choose how our schooling experience will treat us or our friends. There are so many aspects of our life that go unchosen, out of our control. What is in our control is more subtle than that. It is our perspective itself. Regardless of what you experience, it is possible to change your experience from the inside out. You may look on the challenges in your life as reasons for disapproval and dismay and unhappiness. But you can also look at all of those challenges as reasons for your growth, as inspiring lessons for us to better assess our values and come to relate in other people's suffering. And thank you, Jose Francisco, for your rose. Ariom Tat Sat. And thank you, K Little Star, for your flowers. Jai Sitaram. Hello, Joanna.
hey, tonight you're wondering, what do you think about praying? Praying is a great way of expressing yourself. I recommend that everyone pray, even if it's just to your brick wall. Taking the time to just speak honestly about your needs and your own strengths and how you want your day to go can be a great thing to express. It helps put our thoughts in alignment and allows us the authenticity to be introspective and say what needs to be spoken, even if the only one listening is ourself. There is such a practical benefit to taking what's in here and getting it out. Even if it's a negative thought, just get it out. Journaling can be a great way to do this also. If you prefer writing, if you feel like you're more able to express yourself through written word than spoken, and any other way which you can express yourself without bias privately is such an authentic way for self-transformation. And thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Aw, Pesto, you share that your cat woke you up in the middle of the night and you couldn't sleep since then. That's difficult. When we woke up, we felt like we were needed, and then we don't get that validation that what we were needed for is come to fruition. It can be a very difficult thing to go back to sleep again. But a good cat parent you are. And thank you, Giggly Gorgeous, for your pair of roses. And 9 roses. Beautiful Crystal. In a change of topics, you're wondering how often I wash my hair. Well, I'm happy you find the beauty in it. I think long hair is beautiful. That is why I decided to grow it out. I remember seeing everyone else with long hair. I thought, wow, so beautiful. And then I realized I had free will. Always a great realization to have, isn't it? Oh yeah, I can do that too. I don't wash it often enough, to tell you the truth. That's something I'm working on. Bradley, you're wondering, how do I feel about hypnosis or past life regression? That's not something I've experienced. Although when we get your mind into a quiescent state, one interfaces with the subconscious. The subconscious stores so many experiences. We couldn't possibly be conscious of everything we've experienced all at once. That would be so overwhelming. Could you imagine constantly being aware of everything you did yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that, all the way back up to being a baby and beyond? That'd be so overwhelming.
Fortunately, we don't have to be aware of everything. Our subconscious does that job for us. Thank you, Haley Ray, for your finger heart. And Giggly Gorgeous, thank you for your heart me. There's a lot of unprocessed experience in the subconscious, and various means to process what's there consciously. That can be a great thing to do. Sky Guardian, you would like for us to read another section of the Vachanamrut? Let us do that. I like your suggestion. It is a book that you have sent me, and through me gifted to all of you. It's a book that contains about 300 spiritual verses spoken by a great saint of the 19th century who is known as Swami Narayan, but referred to reverently in this book as Sriji Maharaj. This can be a very technical book with lots of Sanskrit terminologies, but I will do my best to translate them. Here we are reading Kadada 1:14. Ante ya matihi sa gatihi. On Magsharvadi II, Samvat 1876, or the 3rd of December 1819 in our calendar, Swami Shri Sahajanandaji Maharaj was sitting facing south on a large decorated cot under the neem tree in front of the Mandir temple of Sri Vasudeva Narayan in Dada Kachar Darbar in Gadada. He had tied a white pug around his head. He was also wearing a white case and had covered himself in a white cotton cloth. Also, tassels of yellow flowers decorated his pug. Bunches of yellow flowers had been placed above both of his ears, with roses decorating those bunches. Garlands of yellow flowers adorned his neck as well. With his right hand, he was playing with a white Sevanti flower. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Sriji Maharaj then asked the munis, "Suppose there are two devotees of the source, God. One has renounced worldly life, and although he does not have intense vairagya, dispassion, he does physically observe the religious vows thoroughly. Nevertheless, he still harbors a slight desire for worldly life in his mind, but he overcomes this by a thought process, by denying the mind. He also has firm faith in God. Such is the renunciant. On the other hand, there is another devotee, a householder, who also has firm faith in God, even though he has remained a householder by God's command. He is disinterested in worldly life. He has the same intensity of worldly desires as the renunciant. Of these two devotees of God, who is better? The one who has renounced the world, or the one that is still partaking in worldly duties?"
Muktananda Swami replied, "The renunciant devotee is better." Sriji Maharaj countered, "The renunciant has renounced of his own accord, out of frustration, so how can he be better? The householder, on the other hand, has stayed at home because of God's command, so how can he be inferior?" We can renounce the world simply because we are frustrated with it, but that is not true spiritual renunciation. Muktananda Swami attempted to answer Sriji Maharaj's question in many ways, but was unable to do so satisfactorily. Thus he said, "Maharaj, please answer the question yourself." Thereupon, Sriji Maharaj said, "If a renunciant who is weak-minded receives rich foods to eat, then desires for worldly life will be revived within his heart. Or, if he encounters many hardships, again, desires for worldly life will be revived. Compared to such a renunciant, a householder is much better, because whenever a householder encounters times of extreme hardship, or even times of great pleasure, he is always cautious lest he becomes attached to these pleasures. With this awareness, he remains disinterested in worldly life. Therefore, a true renunciant is one who has no desires for worldly life, having one renounced it, whilst still participating in it." Keep in mind, though, that a householder is much better than a renunciant with worldly desires, provided he observes the Dharma prescribed for householders. The householder's Dharma, however, is extremely difficult to observe because countless occasions of good and bad times are encountered. Despite this, a true householder's mind does not waver from serving the saint or from observing his Dharma. He also realizes the profound association of the saint that I have attained is like a magnificent Chintamani and a Kalpa Vrshk. My wealth, property, sons and daughters are all merely like a dream, whereas the profound association of the spiritual master that I have attained is the only true benefit of life. Moreover, he remains undeterred amidst any type of adversity that may come his way. Such a householder is by far the better of the two. Therefore, of all things, becoming a devotee of God is very difficult. Moreover, to attain the association of the Bhakta of God, of the devotee of God, is rare indeed. Having spoken in this way, Sriji Maharaj then arranged for the singing of devotional songs written by Muktananda Swami, describing the glory of God and his saint. Thereafter, Muktananda Swami asked, "The Shrutis, the spiritual scriptures, state, Anteya matihi sa gatihi." They claim that if one's mind is fixed on God at the time of death, one will attain a favorable fate after death. Otherwise, one will not. This seems to be the interpretation of that Vedic verse. If this is so, what is the significance of the bhakti, the devotion one has performed throughout one's life?
Sriji Maharaj explained, a person who has been graced with the attainment of the manifest form of God never falls from the path of liberation, regardless of whether he remembers God at the time of death. God protects him. Conversely, a person who has turned away from God does not attain liberation, even if he utters, I will only be able to follow certain commands, but not others. Furthermore, such a person remains determined to behold God's form in his heart. If, while meditating on that form, it cannot be beheld, he does not lose courage. Instead, he constantly maintains renewed Shraddha while trying to behold that form. Disturbing thoughts may arise, and, despite his efforts, they may not be suppressed. In this situation, by understanding the immense glory of God and believing himself to be completely fulfilled, such a person persists in overcoming those disturbing thoughts and beholding God's form within his heart. Even if this process takes 10, 20, 25, or even 100 years, he still does not become discouraged, and never does he abandon his attempts at beholding God's form. After all, Sri Krishna Bhagavan has mentioned in the Gita, Anekajan masamsi di. Sorry, I'm still learning Sanskrit. Anekajan masin siddhastato yati param gatim. Therefore, one who continues to behold God in this manner is called an Ekantik Bhakta. A long verse that was, but I thank you all for listening together. So, we have heard that of two devotees, one who has renounced the world is the lesser devotee out of one who still engages in the world. You might say that this is obvious, but in India, the culture is such that there are many such sadhus, babas, sannyasins who have renounced the world, and like a homeless person, they wander. Some people think that this is the ultimate aim of human life, to become a wandering saint who has no responsibilities to anyone. Sounds nice, doesn't it? But truly, merely from abstaining from participation in material life does not constitute mental abstinence. Instead, it is far superior that we gain dispassion, vairagya, even while performing these actions, while participating in material pleasures and pains. Such a renunciant is the true devotee. Hello, Loki. And you're very welcome, Adri D. And yes, Missy Rodriguez, you are wondering, how have I been able to go live without any videos? To go live, you have to have a certain number of followers. But to gain a certain number of followers, you have to go live. So without videos, how is this possible? The simple answer is, I used to have a lot of videos.
Now thank you to those who sent a gift whilst we were reading that section to allow me the honor of returning my gratitude back to you. April Bannon, thank you for your pair of roses a few short minutes ago. Hola Estrella. And thank you Bradley for your 9 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you Ron for your quintet of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Radhe Radhe Hari. Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sari Sari Boom Boom. And thank you Audrey D for your 12 roses and a pair of finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Haribol. Bradley, you ask, how do we overcome fear? Should we fear God? English has had such a marvelous transformation over the years. Sometimes the older generations don't understand younger generations, even though we speak the same language. We do so with different meaning behind the same words. The word fear has undergone such a transformation in meaning. Fearful and awful used to mean very similar things. And now the meaning of awful has also changed. Awful is terrible. But linguistically, the first half of awe means wonder. It's that kind of reverence, you know? There's so much awe. Awesome. Awesome and awful have very similar histories in the context that they were used. Like terrific and terrible also diverged. One became the positive, one became the negative. But originally it was more neutral. It was just the kind of reverence you had for something. So too, fearful and fearsome diverged. Now they practically mean the same thing. But having fear for God doesn't mean that you're afraid of Him. It doesn't mean you hide under your covers. It means that you recognize the infinite potential and you have a kind of awe for that. But on to your first part of your question, how does one overcome fear? We overcome being afraid of something with knowledge. Just as we are afraid of the monster in the corner of our room, switching on the light is all we need to eliminate the fear. Oh good, there was no boogeyman. It was just a pile of clothes on our chair. How many of you just pile up your clothes on a chair? I think we all have that one chair that has seen many clothes being piled up. At nighttime, it can look like a ominous figure. The light itself is able to banish the demons away. In truth, there never were any monsters. Nonetheless, that light alone was able to extinguish your fear. So too, we only fear what we do not know. We fear what someone is capable of. But wherever there is a capacity to do harm, there is also the capacity to heal.
our mind naturally has a negativity bias. That is ancient software which got us to be the apex predators on the whole globe. Now that we live in a civilization and you don't have to worry about the looming threat of a tiger in the bushes ready to pounce on you, we project that same monster into other things. Bringing your mind repeatedly to the positive, counting our blessings, harboring an attitude of gratitude, we can begin to offset that evolutionary bias which drifts our attention towards the negative. We may fear the unknown, but that unknown is capable of so much more than being a nuisance. Yes, there could be so many demons in the dark, but how many angels also? How much potential is there for good, for a lesson, for a blessing? Continuing to bring our mind to the positive. That light alone can cast away all fears. Reckless Raven, you ask, what if you second guess love? What would love be if not that which forces us to second guess ourselves? The very nature of love is that it dissolves boundaries. It is exceptional, extraordinary. Love continues to prove us wrong. Without that quality, would it really be love? Amanda, you share that love kind of scares you. Love is so scary, is it not? But it's a beautiful kind of fear. One that gets us out of our shell. One that helps us face our fears. Now thank you, Giggly Gorgeous, for your flowers and balloons a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Reckless Raven, you share that you keep hoping and it hurts. Love is a beautiful suffering. Both healing and hurt happens through it. Both gain and loss. Love is the very stage upon which a drama, a tragedy, or a comedy may unfold. Love is the substance of life. Thank you, Priscilla, for your rose a few minutes ago too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Liz, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Ernesto, you share that. You all want more videos, not lives. Well, since you are speaking on behalf of everyone, let us be more democratic about this. What do you all think? Would you prefer that I make more videos? Less lives?
And thank you, Nirvar, moon and star, for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. Reckless Raven, you ask, is it even real though? You keep second-guessing yourself. Love is exactly what makes you question what is real, what is unreal. And that is very real. All right. Seems like the vocal ones of you are very happy with the lives. And Ernesto, you would also like videos. And I appreciate it that way. I will gladly return to making videos someday. And I thank you for your patience until then. And thank you, Audrey D, for your dozen roses, a cloud bread, a TikTok, an ice cream cone, and a heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Liz, you ask, Mr. Yam, how is the build? The effects in my green screen, also on my arm? It's a good question. Very good question. My arm must be a little bit green, I guess. And thank you, Sakura. And thank you, Giggly Gorgeous, for your octet of fires. Hari Om Tat Sat. Clayton Smith, you share that old age is bizarre. Time is such an intangible idea. The body fades, but the craving to be young exponentially increases the older you get. I often find that there is but a cycle in life where just as the youthful are innocent and wonderful, some old people get that way as well. And the older they get, the more innocent, the more wonderful. Sometimes it happens much sooner. Some people never get to that point. But there is very much a growing down that happens after the growing up. Thank you, Christopher, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Red Fox Mooncrafts, you share that you find yourself keeping quiet about the things that matter to you. How can you overcome this? Take inspiration from the Divine Feminine, who always lets her voice be heard, stands up for what is right, and expands unboundedly. Nature is so vocal. She lets herself be heard because it is the right thing to do. Nobody can silence you when your soul is the loudest thing in existence. When there is something we wish to achieve, we may get there through incremental steps. You may or may not wake up with your roar tomorrow. Haven't you heard little babies that come from lions and lionesses? What are they called? What are baby lions called? Does anyone know? Are they called cubs? Or kittens? Or something different? Cubs? Those baby cubs, they're trying to roar. But all that comes out, if anything, is a little squeak. Or just a puff of air. Even household kittens try to do this when they are born. They'll be lucky if even any sound comes out, but oftentimes it's just... Eventually they find their voice. It's not like one day they wake up and they're able to roar. They're able to roar. They have to work on it. And every day they try. They continue trying. And one day they're able to find their voice. But that day doesn't come randomly. It came after a lot of hard work. So you keep expressing yourself, and you keep trying to express yourself, and maybe you experiment with what works and what doesn't. But you don't give up. You know that it takes time. And it is that process of discovering yourself that is the true victory, and not where you end up. And thank you, Greg, for your owl, a heart me, a paper crane, an octet of roses, or rosas I should say, and 7 roses, a forever rosa, very beautiful, a bubble tea, and a trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And giggly gorgeous. Thank you for your forever rosa. Radhe Radhe. King, you share that big cat cubs are the cutest things on earth. I agree with that. I would probably risk my life to pet them. I want more than anything to cuddle with a big cat. But one scratch and whoop! I'm gone. From those big claws, those razor blades. Humans are fragile. Bradley, you are wondering, do I offer services or teachings for sale? Not at all. And there's a good reason for that. It is for your safety. Because there are many people. All you have to do is search Yamsox
in the TikTok search bar, and you'll see so many Yamsoxes. In fact, at the end of this live stream, I'll probably be following you through many of them. But of course, it's not actually me, which is too bad. Because if they are offering spiritual readings, which is a totally valid thing for them to do, I don't see why they don't come up with their own unique personality and deliver it through that means. I have not consented for these services to be done in my name. As such, there is nothing I do that comes with a price. And thank you, Imp Kitty, for your heart me and pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And April Rain, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. A good rule of thumb with spiritual readings, or really for businesses as a whole, is that if they have to come to you, then their business isn't going so well. Have you ever seen a commercial on TV for a Rolls Royce or for a yacht? All of the luxury brands in the world, they don't spend almost any money on advertising. If their name is well known enough, if the services that they provide are that good, then you don't need to. People will come to you for services. You don't have to go to them. And thank you, Leslie, for your rosa. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I love that idea, Kelly. If people want tarot readings, you may buy your own deck. It's fun to learn how to do it yourself. A wonderful recommendation. I agree. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses a minute ago too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Amanda, you share that sometimes your kindness gets you in trouble, but it's in your nature to be so. Kindness can indeed get us into trouble. But we were born to be troublemakers. We were born to be exceptional. Seriously. The definition of existence in first order logic is that which stands as an exception to some principle. For example, if you say there exists a black bird, then that stands as an exception to the statement that all birds have color. The very existence of that black bird is to prove everyone else wrong, that not all birds are black. To exist means to go against some rule, some law. It is the very nature of existence itself. To be a break in the pattern. And thank you, Imp Kitty, for your trio of finger hearts. A quintet of roses, a rosa, and a pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Ziox P, you ask, how do I raise my vibrations? Well, let's see here. Vibrations can be described in terms of frequency, wavelength, and period. Higher frequency means shorter wavelength, means longer period. What is it we're trying to raise? It's the frequency. What does a higher frequency mean? It means that you process change faster. Like if you've ever played with a speaker, a real big speaker. It has a subwoofer and a tweeter. The lower frequencies, they make that speaker vibrate slowly. So slow you can even see them, like the real 808. Sometimes the bass is so low, you can even see the speaker vibrating. Higher frequencies vibrate so fast that you cannot even see it change. Become like that if you want higher frequencies. To raise your vibration means that you are not slow through change, but quick. You smoothly transition from one challenge in life to the next, ready for whatever hits ya. Now, was it Drea who had asked a moment ago if I collect crystals? And you share that you're a big fan of citrine. I have been collecting crystals only because many people gift them to me. And then I love gifting them to other people as well. But how wonderful are they? Let's see, I have a bowl here. This is my bowl of offerings. There's this point. Pop a quiz. Anyone can name which crystals I show. There's this point. Pop a quiz. Anyone can name which crystals I show. I think it disconnected for a second, but do let me know when I have returned. But I'm a lot more of a fan of collecting little seed pods. Whenever I find a cool seed pod, I like to collect it. Like these ones. I think these are so neat. It is said that the best thing you can offer to the divine is food. And if you can't offer that, then offer a flower. If you can't offer a flower, then offer a leaf. If you can't offer a leaf, then offer a rock. And if you can't offer a rock, then you must be floating in space. Because where can you go in this world without rocks? Even then, there are space rocks, Amanda. We are living on one of them. Everyone has blood, says Sky Guardian. So random, out of context, but I know what you mean. That much we can offer. But the best thing to offer is our ego. What does that mean? Does that mean we take our ego and we pull it out of ourselves and we throw it at God? You have it. Not quite. Ego means our accumulation of association. To offer that to God means just associate with God. You see God as your soul beloved, or your father, your mother, your son, your daughter, your best friend, or even your lover. It does not particularly matter what the relationship is, as long as it's an intense one. You associate that source as your supreme soul itself. And then everything else comes in alignment. Hello? How do I pronounce your lovely name? It's a very beautiful name. Is it Hiya or Hija? Hiya de la Luna. De la Luna. The lovely name. Yes, well said, Sister. And that unattachment to worldly things and become one with source consciousness. Well said. It means daughter of the moon. How wonderful. Indeed. Only Boston. You share. 700 followers? With only 209 in the room? Could you imagine if 700,000 people were here right now? That'd be overwhelming. I don't think that many people could fit in my room, let alone 200. Why don't we read from another section of a different book that we've been reading? This book is called The Pocket Pema Chodron, which I think is a lovely name. Pema Chodron is the author. So it's like having a little version of her in your pocket. She is one of the wisest women in the world. And a collection of her writings has been collated here in this book. Let us read number 36 together. Difficult people help us to learn and grow. Gurdjieff was a renowned spiritual teacher who lived in the early part of the 20th century. There was a man in his community who was really bad-tempered. Nobody could stand this guy because he was so prickly. Every little thing caused him to spin off into a tantrum. Everything irritated him. Sound familiar to anyone in our lives? I'm sure we all have someone like this. Everything irritated him. He complained constantly, so everyone felt the need to tiptoe around him, because anything that might be said could cause him to explode. People just wished that he would go away. Gurdjieff liked to make his students do things that were completely meaningless. One day, there were about 40 people out cutting up a lawn into little pieces and moving it to another place on the grounds. This was too much for this fellow. It was the last straw. He blew up, stormed out, got in his car, and drove off. Whereupon, there was a spontaneous celebration. People were thrilled, so happy he had gone. But when they told Gurdjieff what had happened, he said, "Oh no," and went after him in his car. 3 days later, they both came back. That night, when Gurdjieff's attendant was serving him his supper, he asked, "Sir, why did you bring him back?" Gurdjieff answered in a very low voice, "You're not going to believe this, and this is just between you and me. You must tell no one. I pay him to stay here." Difficult people help us to learn and grow. Thank you for listening, and thank you, Bobby Sue, for your trio of fires a moment ago, and your applause. Hari Om Tat Sat. Oh my gosh, that's the end, says Bobby Sue. Yep. That's it. And thank you, Saturnus, for your heart me. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. The Faralant, you ask, and what becomes of the difficult people? Don't worry about them. Worry about yourself. And how you grow in your presence. Learn to adapt, to become more patient and compassionate. But what if you're the difficult person, you ask? Then we can thank ourselves for always being a source of challenges. But give yourself some rest. Suppose there was a great tournament that a coach was training her athletes to compete in. Suppose this tournament took place tomorrow. And so there was a big training session the night before. She asked all of her athletes to do every kind of exercise. To go on the rowing machine, to run around the track, to do push-ups. They used every kind of weight machine there was in the gym. Every kind of exercise that could be done in a field and a gymnasium. She worked these athletes until the sun went down and then some. And tomorrow when the tournament came, no one showed up because they all slept in. It's important that a coach allows her athletes to rest. Otherwise, how can they adapt to all of the challenges they've grown from? And thank you, Bass and Trouble, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Daughter of the Moon, for your little crown. Jai Sitaram. Amanda, you share that your own athletes are your thoughts and feelings. I am glad that you were able to hear the deeper meaning. Thank you, Joanna, for your quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Fatigue will make cowards of the best of us. Well said, Saturnus. Well said. Much love to you too, Gina. All my best wishes your way. And Daughter of the Moon, you were wondering what my nationality is. It is Canadian. Which means that if you get in my way, I'll apologize. If you step on my foot, I'll say I'm sorry that my foot was there. If you throw a pie in my face, I'll say If you throw a pie in my face, I'll say up or your hanging light. Hari Om Tat Sat. Anthony, you share that you were talking to your guidance angel. They said, if you talk to them, they will help, and you believe that. I love that, Anthony. I think it is very important for us to set intentions of what we want help with. Sometimes we don't know what we need help with until we put it out there. And just putting it out there can be the requirement needed for that help to come our way, or at the very least, for ourselves to be more perceptive of the ways in which we are being helped. Marlon, you're wondering, what about a pie to my face? Sometimes I wonder how out of context it is for you to join, disconnect, and reconnect at various times. Now, for me, I have all the context. And I guess if you've been with me for a while, then you have enough context. But most people here don't show up at the beginning of the live. They come in randomly. How many people came in when I was talking about throwing a pie in my face? I think it'd be funnier if I didn't give any context. And I just left it as a mystery. Inactive, you share that you've been here from the start. My goodness. You really live up to your username then, hey? I'm happy to have you here. And thank you, Blacksy, for your rose. Hariom Tatsat. Bradley, you had asked, are there multiple gods, like in some traditions, like Hindus or Greek mythology? You know, in the Middle East, in Mecca, there is that cubic building known as the Kaaba. It used to house many different idols and statues and statuettes for different deities, family gods. There was so much disagreement over which god was real and which was false, whose god was more powerful and whose was inferior. There had to be something done about this. The religion of Islam happened when its protagonist, Muhammad, peace be upon him, he said, look, you guys are all arguing over various forms of God, but you fail to recognize that God is formless, that the source of this universe is one. And it's within that unity that there's so much diversity. If we are bickering and arguing about the diversity, then how can our mind be pulled in the direction of that one? In Hinduism, there are so many different deities, but one source. Here, I'll read from the Vedas directly. These are the scriptures of Hinduism. Many, many, many thousands of years old. Some say 8,000. Some say it's more like 12,000. In the Rig Veda, these pairs of verses are one of my favorite, referring to the creation of the universe. Consider that these are words spoken maybe 10,000 years ago. Who truly knows? And who can declare whence it cometh, and whither it vanisheth? Even the gods, who know were born much after creation came into being, who then knows whence it has come about, whence this creation has come, who holds or does not hold? That one who is its surveyor in the highest realm, that one alone knoweth. And yet, doth he know? So even in polytheism, there really is a monotheism. That source is one, but it has many expressions. Just like there is one sun in our solar system, but its light is reflected on many planets. There is but one ecosystem on this planet, but life is so diverse. That intangible, supreme source of everything is surely so infinite that no form in particular, no personification, no idol could ever contain that infinitude. But that's not to say that various idols, statues, and depictions aren't meaningful. They can help guide us to find that formlessness, as long as we see past their appearance and try to feel the presence of the infinite beyond. Thank you. Glad you liked that, Doom Knight.
Thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your 5 roses a few minutes ago. And I love that, Walking Artist. It's amazing how we experience only fractions of it, yet long enough to do our duty for greater good. Beautifully put. It is almost as though our duty for greater good comes naturally, as it's a part of our very nature. We do not need to experience anything to tell us how to love. How to be patient. Through the worldly affairs of life, we only learn what not to do. But what can be done is always with us. As the firmament of our very existence. Just Todd music. You share that my mic sounds amazing. Well, as a musician, I'm sure you're very aware of sound quality. It's all to do with the sock I put over it. The sock has magical powers that increase the richness. It's like a built-in compressor. Thank you, not the average one, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. I love that you share this. Basilica. Every human has bad days. Every human indeed has bad days. How could we be human with only good days? Thank you, Walking Artist. Many blessings. Thank you, Strawberry, for your pair of roses, a trio of disco loves, and another rose. Jai Sitaram. Bradley, you are also wondering, is there a hierarchy of beings, God's being the highest? From the Hindu perspective, there is a hierarchy of beings. They go from animals, humans, then gods. However,
the best being to be is human. Sounds funny. Why? Because only humans can create new karma. The gods just live off their good karma, and the animals live off their negative karma. But humans have the capacity to be spontaneous. Humans have that free will. We can strive for something beyond pleasure and pain. The animals, they just try to minimize pain. The gods, they just try to maximize pleasure. But humans have the potential to do neither. And that is the most miraculous ability. Humans pay taxes. This is true, Joseph. But what is a tax? A tax is something that we voluntarily give away for the betterment of our community. At least in theory. In theory, that shows that we have the ability as humans to sacrifice some of our own needs for the well-being of others. That is something uniquely human. And thank you, Ginseng, for your flowers. Ariom Tatsat. Good night, Bradley. And thank you for your multiple questions. And thank you, Leslie, for your quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Isabella, thank you for your quintet of roses as well. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And yes, whether taxes in practice serve that theory is a separate question, isn't it? Fortunately, in spite of many flawed systems, we all still have that potential to sacrifice some of our own needs for the well-being of others in different ways. And thank you, John, for your TikTok. Radhe, Radhe. Senses matter. You are wondering why you have felt that you don't belong to humanity since you were a kid. As the famous saying goes, you are not a human having a spiritual experience, but a spirit having a human experience. The same is true for all of us. And in our journeys, we are all at different stages of awakening. And since a kid, you are very up there, which is lovely. Indeed, especially as kids, we suck at being human, didn't we? My goodness. We had to even be taught how not to poop our pants. Sorry, I have to remind everyone. It's true, at some points, we didn't know how not to do that. Seems like a pretty human thing. Children are like drunk people. No filters. Doing everything that comes to mind. We really had to learn how to be human, which tells us a lot about our true nature. That our original nature is very not human. That witness consciousness that is so easily expressed through babyhood and childhood, it is much more boundless than the limitations that our body impose. We have to figure out where all these boundaries lay. They don't come naturally to us. I love that, Sally. Allow me to echo your sentiment. We have 8 billion different truths here. At least. 8 billion human truths. How many trillion tree truths? How many bazillion that's not a word. Amoeba truths. But it should be a word. Amiibo. I love that. 823 Nix. Once a man, twice a child. How poetic that is. And thank you, Mr. Blue, for your 3 ice cream cones. Jai Sitaram. A Brazilian. It says Priscilla, the Brazilian. It reminds me of that joke. How many people from Brazil does it take to change a light bulb? One Brazilian. Bad joke. Good night, Red Fox Mooncraft, if you haven't left already. Nonetheless, I send my best wishes your way. Saturnus, you share that today's live has given you new meaning to Franklin's quote, "Two things in life are certain, death and taxes." Death is becoming a better version of ourselves, and taxes is giving for the greater good. The wisdom that flows through you all is so refreshing. really goes to show that there is infinite wisdom just coiled up within everything. If we have the patience to let it unfold before our very eyes, we can become witness to creation. Ashley, you are wondering, why no videos? I used to have videos, many of them in fact. That is how I was able to get as many followers as I do now. Since deleting my videos, my follower count has steadily declined, which is fair. People followed me for various reasons. In absence of fulfilling those reasons, it is only fair to unfollow. But my intention for this platform has been changing as I have grown physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. Originally, I had this account just so that I could watch my friends' videos. And then I started making funny videos, and that would get some attention. And then once I started receiving attention, I thought, hey, why don't I hit him with some of my thoughts that I've been keeping to myself? Some of the thoughts that I've been tormenting my parents with and my friends with. I remember wishing to the universe one night for a voice. I wish my voice could be heard. Then the very next day, a video went viral of mine on what the first line of the Bible should really say. And I enjoyed provoking people's minds. But it's not so different from turning on a Bluetooth speaker, rolling it in someone's room like a flashbang, and then blaring some music to wake them up. It might just get them out of bed, but only so they can turn off the music and then go right back. You can succeed at waking people up this way, but only for a short while. You increase their need to go back to sleep after. My goodness. My dad had a long way to go in waking me up for school. He would say, "Get up, Liam, we have to go to school right now, you're going to be late, and if you are late, then, how are you going to succeed in life?" Okay, I'm up. But at school, I was asleep. Falling asleep in class. Now, when he became wiser, my father would wake me up very slowly. "My lovely son, It's a wonderful day today. I'm looking forward to all the ways that you're going to succeed. I'm sure that it's challenging, and I hope you look forward to today as I do for you. I made you this breakfast, and I've put your clothes at the end of your bed. When you're ready, you can join me in the kitchen. Now that's a better way to wake someone up. With patience, with love, and kindness. Then they're not just woken up, but they do so at their own pace, no pressure. And they even want to stay awake with all that inspiration. So although I certainly don't have the breadth of outreach that I did when making videos, now that is a sacrifice for the depth which I can go to in these live videos. And that is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Thank you, mewing monkey, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jackie Lion, you are wondering how you can sleep better? If I have any advice. And if so, do I believe in astrology? Well, there's one thing that's certain. And it's that answering the second part of your question is only going to wake up your mind and keep you from falling asleep. Or maybe if I don't tell you, then that'll keep you up as well. Sleep is such an important part of our life. It is vital that we take good care of our sleep hygiene. You share that you're Lilith born December 17th. Type O negative blood keeping you up. Well, I can't say I've ever heard that before. In my experience, it is not the circumstances of our life or our body that keeps us up, but the nature of the mind. And the mind is ultimately something that is within our guidance. Although we might not be able to control which thoughts arise, it is what thoughts we give energy to that keep us up or help us relax. If we keep giving energy to negative thoughts, scary thoughts, depressing thoughts, then how can we sleep? Because then there's a reason to stay awake. Some thoughts are anti-vulnerability, which is important. And I'm happy to hear you smile. From a survival perspective, there is a time and place to be vulnerable. And there's a time and place not to. For instance, we wouldn't go to sleep when we hear a bear next to us. How could you? The bear might think that you're a snack. Just as we, in the middle of the night, get hungry, how many of you get the midnight munchies? Wake up, I could have a cookie right now. Is it just me? Who knows, maybe that bear. Look at this delectable human right here. Naturally, we can only go to sleep when we feel safe to do so. It is our nature. Meditation can be a great way to go to sleep. That's a problem for some people. How do I keep myself from falling asleep while meditating? Some people ask me. Which meditation? Gratitude meditation. Meditate on people you love and how they're doing well, how we feel fulfilled. Meditate on light, happiness. Count your blessings, just as you would count sheep jumping over the fence. Of course, I really care about people. I'm one of them. I know what it feels like to suffer. And any way I can help people feel validated in their experience of life also just makes me feel better. So it's a win-win. You are very welcome, and I hope you have a wonderful sleep whenever you get there. Thank you, Mewing Monkey, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ren, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Ren, you share that my cadence is interesting. People used to make fun of William Shatner when he played as Captain Kirk in Star Trek. He would have a very particular cadence when speaking, where there'd be a lot of force between his words and a significant amount of time between each clause of the sentences. I think it keeps people captivated. Thank you, Tatwa Masi, for your half-dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Lilia. Thank you for wishing everyone well. You are lovely. Saturnus, you share that you've been tracking your sleep stats for some time now. There are many actions you can take to improve. It's lovely that you see the possibility in that. Jigs, you're wondering how I would pronounce your name. Marilena. Marielena. I'm gonna go with the first. The former. Marilena. Marilena. Thank you, Ambrosia, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jigs. I got it right, you share? Oh good. You must have telepathically given it to me. And thank you, Ambrosia, for your pair of roses and wandering window. I keep calling you a window. Wandering widow. Thank you for your heartbeat. Hariom Tat Sat. I like that Lilia kills. You share we are one. Kind of. Lol. You know, in 3 comments you have described the spiritual path. First in 3 words, then in 2, and then 1. We are one. There is a unity. And then, kind of. There's a diversity. LOL. Lol. Then you have to laugh. There is humility. From unity to diversity to humility. That is the spiritual path. And thank you, Rasvi. Maybe it's Ross the 7th. It's Roman numerals in your name. And thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Kaisa, you share that the music is a little too intense or loud for you. Or is it your earbuds? It could be the equalizer settings on your device. But I will gladly adapt for you, my dear. Turn it down some. We are one and one is all. Lovely. I can call you a window, says Wandering Widow. You are sure there is a reason it keeps happening? What is a window, if not a portal of imagination, where our body may not escape, but our mind may wander? Eddie, you ask, what happens when life is over? Then it begins again. Now, your favorite video game. When you finished it, did you go, that was good, put it on the shelf, and never play it again? It becomes your favorite game by its replayability. That's what makes it precious. Ren, you like my singing. What language is it? Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. That's the mantra on this rock, for example. Although I did it in a different order than it is rendered here. Nonetheless. That language is Sanskrit. It is the oldest language we know of. And you know many words in Sanskrit without realizing. Languages such as Sanskrit are exceptional at conveying spiritual ideas. That is often why most mantras are in Sanskrit. Yoga, chakra, guru, kundalini, Buddha. These are all Sanskrit words. Many English words have come from Sanskrit, since they share a common ancestor, being descended from the Proto-Indo-European family. A very simple but wonderful example is the word mata. Sanskrit, it means mother. It's very clearly where we get the name in English, mother. And thank you, Cynthia, for your subscription here. Do enjoy all the little stickers that come with it. And I look forward to being of service to you. Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Kaisa, you joke. What's the matter? I call her mom. But actually the word matter comes from the same word. So you are actually right. Matter and mother come from similar etymology. Matter is all the stuff. The stuff is Mother Nature. We call this universe a matrix. Matrix also means mother, like matriarch. We refer to the maternal. In the same way, we refer to the material. The feminine is the creation. So it is no coincidence that many words for the substance of creation and for motherhood come from the same word. And thank you, Elena, for your rose and Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Cosmic cutie. In comparison to my passionate impersonators. Wholesome Yam? Radhe Radhe. Evil Yam. Tarot card reading? I wouldn't call them evil, but I appreciate the joke. Kaisa, you also had a question about Sanskrit. If it had an alphabet, or is it like Chinese? Sanskrit is entirely a spoken language. It was never written down until much later. And so we have to use other scripts to write it down. But it does not have a native script, at least not one that we know of. but it does have a structure in its sounds. Its sounds can be organized. And although English organizes it according to a song, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on, just a random pattern of vowels and consonants and vowels. Sanskrit is ordered with vowels first, and then a two-dimensional grid of sounds. We start from the back of the mouth and move outward in the vowel space. A, I, R, Lu. Those are the Sanskrit vowels. And then you start with the first row of guttural consonants from the back of the throat. You start with the unvoiced k and k, and then the voiced g and g, and then the nasalized ng, and then the approximated h, and the fricative h. Although that one's very rare. And then you move forward in the mouth to the palatal. Same structure, just with different articulation now. Ch and ch, j and ch, nya, ya, and the fricative sh. And then even closer to the lips, the retroflex, t, d, d, na, ra, sha. Finally, the dentals, t, d, d, na, la, and sa. And then the labials, p, b, ma, va, fa. And those are all the Sanskrit sounds. And practically all the sounds that a human can make. Now you can get very complicated by twisting your tongue in knots and clicking against your uvula. But as far as the simple sounds are concerned, those make up 99% of human speech. So the Sanskrit alphabet, or rather Abugida, is really just an ordering of all the sounds we can make, according to 5 places of articulation from the back of the throat out: the guttural, the palatal, the retroflex, the dental, and the labial. And then according to various qualities: vowelized, unvoiced, unaspirated, unvoiced, aspirated, voiced, unaspirated, voiced, aspirated, nasalized, approximated, and a fricative. And these 8 qualities, paired with 5 places of articulation, these constitute 8 times 5, 50 sounds, 40 sounds. As I said, I may be a mathematician, but that doesn't mean I'm good at math. Thank you for the reminder, Gina. I will drink water. Thank you, Lena, for your rose and tiny. Yippee! Doom Knight, you share that you heard? We used to use telepathy before they tricked us into using language, whoever they may be. We probably tricked ourselves. Knowing humans, In fact, that is our best talent. No one can fool humans better than other humans. We trick ourselves into doing things we don't want to do. And thank you, Tipini, for your heart, me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Ambrosia, you ask, should you switch over to YouTube to fall asleep for now, or will I be on for a while? Well, what you would like to do with your time is not something I can decide for you. But we have been live for 4 hours now, so you can expect for us to land the plane relatively shortly, within the next 40 minutes or so. And thank you, Ren, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, Christelle, for your heart me and quintet of tiny tinies. Yahoo! And thank you, Carlos, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. May you have a wonderful sleep, Ambrosia. Scotty Plaza, you are wondering if I have any advice for self-love. Oh, self-love. Tricky business, that is. Let us do some validation from the outside in. Start with what is external to us, our environment. Notice your room. Consider what happened today, the people in your life, your household. Just give some love to that. Especially if you're resisting where you are in life. Remember, you are exactly where you're meant to be. If you are patient, with faith, then good things will come. This world indeed is a challenging thing to live in. No one will tell you otherwise. You are valid in being part of this world. You don't have to understand it all to be allowed to be here. You are welcome in this universe. Then we go one step inward. From the world to our body. Recognize that your body is also exactly where it needs to be. In any shape or form. Give your body some love. Recognize that it doesn't have to be in any other way than it is right now. Bodies are weird. They are funny. It seems like every week our body gives us a new challenge. On the first week of the month, our body says, "Today your ankles are gonna hurt. I've decided for you," says the body. Then finally, when our ankles aren't hurting, the body says, "You're gonna have a weird stomach ache next week." And then when our stomach ache goes away, the body says, "Yeah, behind your right eye, it's gonna hurt when you blink for some reason. You're gonna hear a weird noise while you're digesting your food Thursday night. You might get a little twitch in your pinky finger on Friday night. We're running off ancient hardware. Bodies are weird. The body is so funny. Give it a break. Just let it be. If something doesn't feel right, that's normal. Move inward to your feelings. Whatever feeling that is arising, allow that to be there. There is no right feeling. There is no wrong feeling. It's in the resistance to our feelings that we feel insecure, we feel unsafe. But acceptance of our feelings, whatever they are, sadness, anger, betrayal, humility, excitement, fear, just acknowledge them without judgment. You are valid in your feelings also. Maybe you don't know how to describe your feeling, and that's okay. Words may help us describe the world, but it can be unhelpful to force the world into our boxes, try to make them fit. Maybe you are feeling something that's a little like heartbreak, but also excitement, halfway between that, but a little more rubbery perhaps. Maybe your emotion feels more like a color than it does any word. Maybe what you're feeling doesn't have a word yet. No one's thought of it. That's okay. Whatever you're feeling, it's part of the human experience. And for you, that's meant to be too. Moving inward to our thoughts. Observe the mind. There are negative thoughts. There are positive ones. And there are really neutral ones. What is the correct spelling of gray? Is it EY? Is it AY? Does it depend on the region? Thoughts come in many flavors. Some of them are very meaningful. Others aren't. We give power to some thoughts, and when we feel like we should give power to all thoughts, then we get overwhelmed. Some thoughts exist in contradiction to other thoughts. That is why we could say, I like him, but I also don't like him. I want to go for a walk, but I also don't want to go for a walk. If the mind were one thing, then what is all this cognitive dissonance? Let your mind be in conflict. That's okay too. Thoughts are like a charcuterie board. It's a tough thing to say. It's like a snack plate. With crackers and cheese and cucumber, some nuts and dip, some ranch dressing here, maybe sour cream, hummus, salami, broccoli, carrots. You don't have to eat all of it. You can pick and choose which thoughts mean something to you and which thoughts are just there. Don't be bothered by negative thoughts. You're allowed to have them. Moving more inward to the intellect. Recognize that the decisions you've made in this life, you made those to the fullest extent of your ability. We may judge past versions of ourselves only because now we have more knowledge to have made better decisions. But we can't judge ourselves for not having that knowledge that we do now. Looking back at our decisions and cringing is proof that you've grown since then. So validate yourself on your intellectual ability to make decisions and solve problems. You're always growing. There is no right decision, no wrong decision. It's all part of the healing process to learn and grow, or all part of the learning process to heal and grow. Move even more inward to your sense of self, that I, who I am, who we associate with, the peoples and places and things that we identify as. That's also always growing and changing. And you're still figuring everything out. You don't have to be anyone right now. And you don't have to think that you should be doing everything right now. Just as you are right now is enough. Your sense of self is always expanding. And finally, bring your attention to what you are as awareness, the awareful witness, consciousness. That soul, which is love itself, is blissfully chilling. It's always been chilling. Even in the lowest moments of your life, that consciousness that you are has been chilling. Chillaxing, if you will. Because it knows that you got this. That everything that's come your way is for your betterment, for your growth. And that your true self is forever unaffected by the highs and lows of life. This would be my method of self-love. Love yourself from the outside in. Start with the world, give love to that. Then move on to the body, give love to that. Move on to your feelings, give love to that. Move on to your thoughts, give love to those. Move on to your intellect, give love to that. Then your ego, give love to that. And then once you reach awareness, you are love. Always have been, always will be. If that meditation is something which is useful to you. That is exactly the process that I describe in the video that I put on my ASMR YouTube channel, where I talk you down from a panic attack. That's the second link in the link tree in my bio. Yamsox ASMR - spiritual ASMR. Thank you, Wandering Widow, for your quintet of finger hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Nesuno, you ask? Can somebody be with action corrupt, but in spirit open? It's a good question. There is a bit of a contradiction there. However, our actions are very much indirectly moved by us. We can have a change happen very high up in our human hierarchy, but by the time that change expresses itself in our actions, could be long after the change happens from within. Our actions are carried out by the body. The body acts on them based on what's currently in the mind. What's currently in the mind is called by our intellect. Our intellect does that culling based on the knowledge it receives from the ego. And the ego is refined through our association. The power to identify with this and not with that. So by the time your awareness shifts from one thing to another, it can take a while before your ego changes. And it can take a while until you gain experience based on that shift in ego. It can take a while until you process the knowledge from that experience. And it can take a while until that knowledge gets remembered and recalled by the intellect. And it can take a while until that intellect then calls the mind. And it can take a while until the body acts on those thoughts in the mind. So in that whole process of controlling this human system, it might take a while to flush out old habits after coming to higher realizations. That's for sure. My phone is vibrating. Thank you, everyone. Indeed, that does mean I've been streaming for a while, so we should begin to wrap things up shortly. And thank you, Kayla, for your pair of finger hearts. And heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. An official ray of sunshine. Thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I do these lives at 5 p.m. Pacific time every day. But on the last week of the month, the last 7 days, which we just did at the end of April, I do an earlier time. And if you ever forget, it's in my bio. And thank you, Mahina, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Before we end the live today, there's 3 things I'd like to do with you all, if you're interested. Otherwise, you can leave at any time. The first is my question of the day. The second is a reading from the book we've been reading. And then the third is a meditation/chanting session, which you are welcome to participate in or just listen to. How does that sound? My question of the day today is, how does your love help others grow? Very simple question, but no doubt one that can be interpreted in many ways. Geez, that was fast, Tatvamasi. You share that love is more than words that can be speculated before welcoming in its, not sure, positive, I see, very clever, positive and much powerful that way. Yes, well said. Healing your inner child, says Muhua. Giving them positive energy powers them. I like that, Sam. Well said. Painfully and unsolicited, says Doom Knight. Bali, you ask, what form of meditation do I practice and teach to others? Become meditative in everything that you do. To put it simply, because everything is love, says Maria. Giving the love they need for themselves, says Scotty Plaza. I love that. They can help each other pursue passions, says Ryan Bennett. Very true indeed. And that's quite alright, Polly. Ocean, you share that you have witnessed others learn to love themselves by watching me learn to love myself. What a wonderful observation that is. We can role model these qualities. Indeed. Lily, you share, by uplifting their energy, it's the feeling of love that can help. Well said. Wandering Widow, you share, by allowing them the freedom to be who they are in a safe, non-judgmental environment. Kaila, you share that true love has a way of driving us to want to be better. That's powerful. So well put. I am surrounded by so many wise people. Jeniko, you share, by putting yourself in others and feel their emotion. That is also very powerful. Amanda, you share that your love causes one to not only value themselves, but to also value others. Walking in love enables the mind to develop positive attitudes and good belief systems. Such a structured response that is, and all of it's so accurate. Your precision is miraculous. Thank you, Amanda. Very true. Mahina, you share that love for your mom brought your family from all over the globe together, and she is sick in a hospital. And I am so delighted that you are able to see the opportunity in it for a kind of impromptu family reunion. That is lovely. Best wishes to your lovely mother.
Anthony, you share, feeling safe, of positivity and gratitude, giving them security. Indeed, my friend. Drea, you share that it shows them what is possible, how good it feels to love and be shown love. So well said. Yes, I agree. And maybe you missed when I do lives outside. I can do another one outside. Being in Canada, there's only a window of time where the weather is appropriate to do so. But I can do some soon, since we are approaching the warmness of spring and soon to be summer. Thank you, Nick. Sakura, you share that your love guides those who are in the dark, but they are too in fear that it's hard to help them grow. You like that they try. It is that trying that is so important, isn't it? But you get sad when you can't help enough. Very understandable and relatable for such a loving being such as yourself. Mahina, you also share that love can cause forgiveness. That is so true, isn't it? OPNG, you share that by loving yourself, maybe you can make people around you feel better too. Feel that you're not a burden. Indeed. And the love you give yourself is a gift to the rest of the world. Lilia Kills, you share that showing others their power and truth, being love first, healing yourself for you but also them, but in a wider sense. Well said. You're very welcome, Mahina. Love is core, love is birth, love is safety, love is healing. It is what we truly see. It is authentic. So well said. Doom Knight, you share that you nominate Love Core as the next TikTok trend. Love Core. Encore. And thank you, Beak the Great, for your confetti a moment ago to him. Hariom Tat Sat. Saturnus, you share. And the love you take is equal to the love you make. Bravo. Opa. That's alright, Lilia Kills. It made sense regardless. And Joanna, you share. By not interfering in their path when facing hardship, but just being there to support. So true. And Nikos, like a good devotee, you share. Love is Jesus. And I love that. Thank you for sharing, everyone. I very much enjoyed this discovery of how love can help others grow together. There are certainly many more ways than can be discussed in the nature of love. Love is, by some definition, boundless. Its infinity, therefore, provokes endless discussion. But we have to call it quits somewhere. Otherwise, we'll be here all night. And thank you, Rosalien, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, before we go, there's two other things I'd like to do with you all. My cheek is itchy. The first is read from another section of the book that we've been reading together, that is called Roar of the Ganges, which, as the name implies, gets its name after a spiritually revered river in India known as the Ganges, or in Sanskrit as the Ganga. Oh, I'm sorry. It's no filter, Rosalien. It is an alarm on my phone that's making my phone vibrate. Thank you for telling me. Now, where we left off, let's see. We left off in Swami Dayananda, the guru of the author, Swami Tadatmananda, discussing a metaphor about the nature of consciousness as a witness of a movie. We had ended just before we got to the next level of the analogy. Ah, said Swami Dayananda, delighting in Richard's observation. Now you are ready for the next step. There is another issue we have not yet considered: the problem of identification. Let me explain. When you watch a movie, you naturally get involved in the plot and become identified with the characters, sometimes with one of them in particular. When you identify with the characters, your feelings get affected by whatever happens to them. You begin to vicariously experience their lives. This is what I mean by identification. Now imagine you are in the theater watching the first film, a romantic tragedy. As the story unfolds, a heartbroken man, overcome with longing for a girl he loves but cannot have, becomes so depressed that he considers taking his own life. How would you feel while watching this? Sad, I suppose. Very sad, Richard replied. Now imagine watching the second film, in which a woman is about to be attacked by a vicious murderer lurking in the shadows. How would you feel then? Terrified, probably. And if that character is cruelly strangled to death, what happens to you as you sit in the theater? Nothing, really. Oh, first you feel sad, later you feel terrified, and yet you admit that nothing really happens to you. That is amazing. In each movie, you can undergo all these experiences without truly being affected at all. That is what happens when you identify with a character. The same kind of identification is taking place right now in your waking state experience. The character, Richard, or Doom Knight, Brady Boy, Amanda McCormack, Treenan, is a person with certain color skin, certain color eyes, and an intelligent mind. They have a history, a personality, and is currently cast in the role of an audience member in this Sangha. But that person is just a character. They are not you. You are actually the consciousness by whom your thoughts are known. You are the awareful witness of this character's innermost feelings, their history, and their personality. As a conscious person, You are independent of that character, but you have become identified with them, like you have become identified with characters in a movie. In spite of being the awareful witness of events taking place right now, you feel they are actually happening to you, the conscious observer. But in reality, the conscious observer remains independent, unaffected. This kind of identification happens to everyone. Really speaking, it is not a problem at all, but it becomes a problem when you take the identification as being real. I am not sure I understand, said Richard. Swami Dayananda explained. In a movie, there is no harm in becoming identified with the characters. In fact, you would not enjoy the movie if you don't get deeply involved in it. But in a movie, you don't take the identification seriously. Even when you are totally absorbed in the plot and strongly identified with a particular character, you still know it is only a movie. You never take the identification as being real. If someone did so, they would leave the theater still believing they were the character and in dire need of psychiatric care at that. Psychiatric care. After our laughter subsided, Swami Dayananda continued. Most people take their identification with their bodies, minds, and personalities as being absolutely real. And because of this error, they suffer greatly whenever something undesirable happens to them. Those who are enlightened do not make this mistake. They never take their identification seriously. They know that no experience can truly threaten them, any more than a moviegoer can be threatened by events on the screen. So they can enjoy every scene in the drama of real life. They can enjoy all the ups and downs, even the unpleasant scenes, the struggles and difficulties of life. Even the difficulties? Richard echoed. Sure, why not? You can enjoy a sad movie, can't you? In the same way, an enlightened person can enjoy a sad or difficult moment of life. Richard's wrinkled forehead revealed his puzzlement. Do you mean that an enlightened person can experience sadness? Certainly, Swami Dayananda affirmed. Sadness is a normal human emotion. To be incapable of experiencing sadness would be inhuman, would it not? Suppose an enlightened person was told that their dear friend of the past 20 years had just been killed in a terrible automobile accident. How do you think they would react? Can you imagine such a person being indifferent? No, of course not. They would most definitely feel sad. But then their sadness would be different than the sadness you experience. Their sadness would be free from suffering. How can you be sad without suffering? Asked Richard. When you feel sad, sadness seems to permeate your consciousness and penetrate to the core of your being. It feels as if your very nature has become sad. And you cannot comfortably accept being sad, therefore you suffer. In a sad movie, you accept the sadness. In fact, you enthusiastically embrace it. Instead of suffering, you actually enjoy the sad drama. In this way, enlightened persons can accept sadness without suffering. Since they know it doesn't truly affect them, they can even enjoy their sadness. Without Vedantic wisdom, you cannot accept sadness. You cannot tolerate its presence and won't be content until it ceases. In the presence of sadness, you find yourself and your situation to be unacceptable. And such non-acceptance is the root of all suffering. Non-acceptance drives you to struggle against the reality of the moment. It turns reality into your enemy. This futile struggle with reality is nothing but suffering, the suffering of samsara, worldly life. Fortunately, life can be free from such suffering. Suppose you recognize that sadness is an experience like any other. All experiences, including sadness, come and go. Oh, vibrating phone. All experiences, including sadness, come and go, but you are the awareful witness to them all, and as the awareful witness, you are not truly affected by them. You might feel sad, but you, the conscious person aware of sadness in your mind, do not actually become sad. Sadness cannot affect your true self, Atma. And this is not a matter for belief. It has to be discovered. And when you recognize this truth, you will never again judge yourself to be unacceptable, even in the presence of sadness. Nor will you judge any situation to be unacceptable. Instead, you will unconditionally accept the reality of every moment. Richard asked, wouldn't unconditional acceptance lead to passivity? Should we not address the problems that cause sadness and try to resolve them? Of course we should, Swami Dayananda replied. We must address our problems and strive to change whatever can be changed. Passivity is never an option. Please understand that unconditional acceptance never leads to passivity. Acceptance of a situation implies that you also accept your responsibility to act appropriately. Sometimes we fail to carry out our duties because we find the necessary actions unpleasant or too difficult. So non-acceptance can sometimes prevent us from fulfilling our obligations. Unconditional acceptance gives us the freedom to do what must be done without being handicapped by our likes and dislikes. Those who are enlightened enjoy the freedom to embrace the reality of every moment, whether it is happy or sad. They are free to respond as each situation requires. With this freedom, a moment of sadness could become like the darkness of a passing cloud that briefly obscures the sun. The cloud soon moves on, uncovering the sun's dazzling splendor. Yet even in the cloud's presence, the sun itself continues to shine, utterly unaffected by even the darkest clouds. In the same way, the fullness that is your true nature is never affected, even in the presence of sadness. Those who have discovered this truth enjoy every moment, even the sad ones. After all, a life without sadness would be dull and insipid, don't you think? It would be like a movie without a plot, dreadfully boring. As we laughed, Swami Dayananda rose to his feet, indicating the end of satsang. After he withdrew into his cottage, the others trickled away from the porch. I approached Richard and said, "You certainly were full of questions tonight. Were they answered to your satisfaction?" "Most of them," he replied with a smile. "But leave it to a Swami to say that life without sadness would be boring." We stepped away from the porch into the surrounding darkness. Richard seemed like he was still bursting with questions and asked if we could talk for a while. The evening had grown too cool for sitting on the benches. A chill wind was blowing down from the mountains, as it often did on winter nights. I suggested that we go up to my room. Richard readily agreed. And let us pause our reading there for tonight. Later on we may continue and listen to the discussion between Mark, the author, before he became known as Swami Tadatmananda, and his curious British friend, Richard. Thank you for listening, everyone. Allow me to minimize the cover and extend my gratitude to Brady for the hearts you sent whilst I read, and Tatvamasi for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Before we end today's Sangha, which I am very grateful to have had the opportunity to host, we will do one more segment, and that is a chanting session. Today's chanting is a very simple one which I have not done before, so as always, it'll probably take a few rounds for the rhythm and correct pronunciation to sit in with me as well. You're very welcome, Gina. And you as well, Mahina. And I'm very happy to hear that you're so happy, Amanda. Waiting to listen to the mantra. And thank you, Brady, for your hearts as well. Jai Sita Ram. Now, the mantra that we are doing today is Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Mahadevi Namaha. And one uses this to invoke Lakshmi for wealth, prosperity, well-being, with reverence and grace. Lakshmi is the divine counterpart to Narayan, who is one form of Krishna. And so, in other words, Lakshmi is another form for Sri Radha. Since these are very ancient words, I thought it would be fitting, by rendering them in the oldest known script that was used for Sanskrit, which I'll put there. It's very small, I don't know if you can see, but here we have Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Mahadeva Namaha. And Sky Guardian, who has sent me this mantra, has also sent me some music for it, so we can listen to someone chanting it and then get our feel for it as it continues. So with that, I'm going to minimize our background music so that we can maximize the mantra music. And hello again, Dob Darker. And thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe.
Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Jima. Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Jima. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Jaya. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Jima. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Jaya. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Jima. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Jaya. Om Shri Lakshmi Devi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha. Om Shri Lakshmi Mahadevi Namaha.
Om Shri Lakshmi Mahadevi Namaha.
Jima.
Om Shri Lakshmi Mahadevi Namaha.
Yaya.
Om Shri Lakshmi Mahadevi Namaha.
Om Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha, Shri Lakshmi Namaha.
All right. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Sky Guardian, for sharing that. Sky Guardian shared that he had clipped together 2 parts of different versions of it together because by itself they were very short, as per why it repeated. But it worked. It worked, and I'm very grateful for that. So thank you, everyone, for participating or just listening. Allow me to minimize the text now. And so we conclude our Sangha today. And yes, it was a little different from the other ones, Lily, but upbeat and cute. I agree. And thank you, John X, for your finger heart a few minutes ago. Aryom Tat Sat. And thank you, Leah Aguilar, for your tiny. Yippee! And Wandering Widow, thank you for your rosa. Jai Sita Rama. Thank you, Brady Boyer, for your hearts. And thank you, Inevitable, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Moonflower Magic, thank you for your heart meat and finger heart. And thank you, Jennifer, for your trio of roses. As always, I will be uploading the recording of this live stream to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. There you can find the full live streams that we do every day. Otherwise, I'll be back tomorrow. Additionally, the chantings and the readings Sky Guardian has volunteered to clip to be posted on dedicated playlists of the same YouTube channel. So it's all there for you to make the most out of, in case that's something you wish. Other than that, there's also that ASMR YouTube channel, the second link in the link tree in my bio. If you enjoyed the meditation we did earlier about validating our world, our body, our feelings, our thoughts, our intellect, our ego, coming to that awareness with love, and then that's exactly what I do in the video where I talk you down from a panic attack. In case you ever need a video like that, it's there for you to save or share with someone that could benefit from it. And if not, no problem at all. There are many ways to calm down. And if one way doesn't work, there are always more ways. Radhe Radhe Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Saturnus, for your auspicious number of 108 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Joanna, for your half-dozen roses. And a tiny. The very same tiny that's on my toque. Who says, yippee?
both this toque and this pair of Yamsox on my microphone is a method of supporting me that I offer you in return, physically. On the store section of the link tree in my bio. It is forever unnecessary. But right now I'm saving up for a trip to India. So I look forward to expanding my horizons and interfacing with the culture directly. Saving up for that plane ticket is a very challenging task, given how expensive flights are. But nonetheless, with your help, I've made it most of the way there by now. So I thank you very dearly. I appreciate that. And thank you, Jonex, for your finger heart too. Radhe, Radhe. Starlight, wow, you're wondering, how much more do I need for the India ticket? Well, it depends which ticket I buy. I still need to do more research, whether I should take this one trip that goes at a layover here and there and whatnot. But depending on the method of travel, I'm probably anywhere from 70 to 80% there. So, oh, my phone is vibrating. So of the 1 to 2 to 3,000 Canadian dollarinos it takes to go from where I live to India, probably only a few hundred remains. Then I have to look into travel insurance, but that's much smaller than the plane ticket. I am traveling to Bodh Gaya, the place of the Buddha and the Bodhi tree, as invited by a Buddhist monk friend of mine. So I may be staying at a Buddhist monastery, meditating all day. We shall see. But nonetheless, I wish you all a very wonderful rest of your present moment. Thank you all for being here with me and providing me the opportunity to be of service to y'all. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. As I said just a moment ago, felt like I should repeat it, I guess. Thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat.